except no one really knows what's going on with the Grand Conspiracy thing that's happening. Ugo kind of confronted you guys, kind of stated, yeah, this is probably Phaenax's fault, what's going on right here. Also, he understands that shit's really bad right now. He kind of left you guys at that point in time to go do your thing. Like, rest, come back tomorrow, or he'll contact you tomorrow, and then go from there. You asked him to, if I recall correctly, see what he could do about reaching out to Areskos to help out Akros, correct?
They have hot dates with their guys, and he said he has to think about a way to either subdue permanently or temporarily. I think temporary, like a switch for the thing on my arm, basically, is what's going on.
Right.
He's also going to try to like use his contacts to smooth over the Leonins' problems with Akros and maybe get them to come out. Maybe not.
And he gave us a last name or a name of someone in that undead town with all the revenants that we need to find.
That's right. Or sorry, yeah. Odonos.
Oh yeah, we have a last name of someone who we believe is a bad person in Odonos.
Isn't that just the Xantos family?
Yeah, we've had that for a while.
Isn't that just the Xantos family?
Yeah, didn't he? I thought we had some more.
I told you it was a family, not just like.
Yeah.
It's not well, it could very well be an individual, but the name that you brought him is associated with a family, so, or a well-off family in Odonos.
Yeah,
so.
He had something to say about that name, though, right? What did he say?
Famous Odonos family, many generals and leaders, one of the few families in the city that actively works with the Risen, has a good standing with them.
Oh, is that all we learned? Okay. I thought we learned some new stuff, and maybe it was just, oh yeah, that's definitely a guy, you should check him out, kind of thing. Or definitely a family, go check them out.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of notes. I have the General Horus, General Volk stuff, and then going into this, it was stuff I just said about Xantos. Ugo's the chief oracle of Phaenax and Melentus. Phaenax made this whole thing happen. One of the oracles made a deal with Phaenax, essentially one-upped him. The last thing Phaenax said to his oracles was, fix my mistake. Communication with the gods is like a trickle. It's very small/slow knowledge transfer. And the Phaenax oracle can stifle communication with the gods and be invisible to the gods. And Phaenax is the first mortal to ascend to godhood. A few individuals may be aiming for Phaenax's seat or the seat of several gods.
Right, and we think someone in that family might be one of the people trying to one-up or something. I think that's...
Correct, because especially if they're connected to the Risen, and Phaenax is Risen, essentially, for all intents and purposes, that's like a clear connection. And then the only thing I have is recommendation, hang out for a day and maybe seek revelation from our gods.
Which is, I believe, where we left off, essentially.
Yeah, that's we had just gotten the download.
Go take your break. Do your thing. So, we can resume from there with not being in the temple. Unless you have further things you want to ask him before you kind of go back and he kind of does his NPC time to answer your questions or figure out all the information that you're asking of.
No, I don't think I have anything.
No. We're outside this inn/temple thing in a huddle, and I will tell the group, I'm gonna go check on the Mogris temple. You all go check out your temples, and we'll come meet back when we're done, okay?
Hell yeah.
Sure.
And break. And then, Frank, you can play it in any order you want, but all you know.
Sure. Let me, I guess who wants to do their thing first if they have something they want to do?
I mean, I'm just gonna follow Valtos to the Krufix Temple because I know nothing about this really.
All right. Then let me, I guess, put this No, this doesn't actually matter. Okay. So you're all leaving the temple. You head back out into the streets of Miletus. It wasn't late when you went in. It's not late now. You still have obvious amounts of time where you can go about what your day and take care of anything you need to take care of. If you're going to the Temple of Mogus, that was pointed out to you when you were walking by the Temple Row, essentially. So you know exactly where that is. Voltos, you were going to the Temple of Krufix, you said? And Canthus was following you?
I'm not sure we would actually go to the Temple of Krufix. Because we're,
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna just take cues. Like, Baltos, you lead on. What should we do about this? And we're gonna can't, obviously.
Let's go sell our garbage first.
Lead on.
I guess I'm walking out. So, do you need help with the sales, or should I head to my temple?
Yes. Yes, we do need help with the sales.
Sure.
Alright, what is Poggles doing?
I'm going to the temple when we get to the city. I'm gonna go confront some peers.
Does anyone have any specific order they want to do this in, or am I just gonna draw from a hat and go from there?
Big random.
I think
Tom.
ours is gonna be a lot of busy work mostly.
Yeah.
So
Do Acris's first. He seems like he has a plan here.
yeah.
Okay. So then, Acris, you go back out the Temple Row, and I imagine, are you beelining straight there? Are you kind of, are you trying to not make a scene? How are you approaching the temple here? It's not really, as was described to you by Ugo, one that's frequented all too often. So especially by non-Minotaur. So this is very much a uncommon sight, I guess, to see anyone really going up to the temple.
I'll sneak over then. I'll sneak over to get close enough, if I see other people or creatures there. And let me know if I do or don't. I'm gonna sneak over to the temple.
Okay. Well, there's really, I'm not even gonna really have you roll stealth in this situation. Are you trying to hide from like people who are just walking the temple row, or are you trying to stealth in so no one of the temple sees you? I guess that's.
I'm trying to get to the temple and see if there are minotaurs or like humans fucking around at the temple is what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to break in or anything right now.
Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, no one really pays you any mind if you're going up to it anyway. It's not really. People would just be whispering essentially to say like, oh, so someone's going into the Temple Mogus. That's not a Minotaur, not really something they expect to see. But you really are able to just walk into the temple pretty much unaccosted by other individuals or your regular passerby. And it's surprisingly quiet for what you imagine a temple to Mogus to be. Or what you would imagine a temple Mogus to be.
Okay. Do I see any living things here, or is it literally abandoned?
No, there are. I mean, you can hear murmuring, of sort coming from what you would believe to be the temple center.
All right, I'm gonna go try and locate whoever is the highest ranked person at this temple.
Okay. So you walk towards the noise, correct?
Yeah, wherever I think I can find people to find out who's in charge here.
Got it. So as you walk towards the center of the temple, the murmurs kind of get louder and louder. until you round a corner and see a, I wouldn't say a large group, it's quite modest actually. You see a couple Minotaur, you see a couple of humans, and you see one large Minotaur kind of in the center of this circular room. And that Minotaur is holding two blades aloft, up in the air above his head, or above their head. And you see on this altar, let me roll to see exactly what this is. You see a goat on this altar. And this this Minotaur is saying something in... What languages do you know?
I definitely don't know Minotaur, but I think I understand a ritual when I see one, so I'm just gonna sit there till he's finished.
Sure. Kind of goes on, does his thing, and brings his two blades down into the goat. Pulling them out of the goat, and essentially relishing in the blood and viscera of the goat. And everyone in the temple proceeds to kind of bow and start saying their individual prayers. And after a period of time, that comes to a close. People start standing up and walking out. You're seen, because you're not trying to make yourself particularly hidden, correct?
Yeah, I'm definitely not hiding in the shadows or anything.
Sure. So the people, the worshippers see you walk. They start walking out. They don't really pay you any mind, and they certainly don't accost you or any way. And the Minotaur in the center of the temple just kind of starts doing their job in cleaning up the ritual service.
Okay.
It's not really the cleanest task.
How far am I from him at this point?
Like 50 feet. No,
I display the rune on my arm to see if he starts freaking out, just in general. He's not looking at me or anything, but I basically unhide the rune on my arm to see if he starts freaking the fuck out or if anything happens.
No.
Okay. I'll hide it then and go up. And this is the same guy who performed the ritual, correct?
Yes.
Hello there.
Hello. Greetings.
Greetings. That was a very good sacrifice of Milkus. I think he's very pleased.
He kind of like looks over to a statue of Mogus that's surrounding him and says, "Daily sacrifice, not terribly important, but keeps the faithful not so much in line, but it gives them hope and gives them a connection, as it is."
Yes. How has that connection to Mogus been lately?
Fair. Mogus doesn't really... Who are you?
Hold on. To his fair, do I get that he's lying or he actually thinks it's fair? I rolled an 18.
He thinks it's fair.
Okay, so it's not like he's trying to cover up like he's freaking the fuck out that like there's no connection or anything. Okay.
Right.
Hello, I am just another follower of Mogus, and I'll show him the brand on my arm and see what his reaction is, if any.
He starts, like, breathing heavy.
Is he behaving in the same manner I saw the other guy back at the watchtower, or is this something totally different?
I mean, he's breathing significantly heavier than before, but he's not really talking. So
Okay, I'll hide it, and then look at him and see if his demeanor changes.
I mean, it does.
Are you a learned man? Or excuse me, are you a learned minotaur?
He kind of like takes out a rag as he starts wiping down the ritual blades, and he like looks at you. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to take that.
I am interested in the tale of Mogus's Archon, and I will attempt to help him clean up the floor and all that shit while I ask him that question.
He looks at you and says that no need. I'll handle it. Not terribly hard. I don't follow.
Well, at some time long ago or recently, I don't really know, all the gods had Archons, right?
I wouldn't say that. Mogus certainly didn't.
Does this name ring a bell? And I'll say the name of whatever the Archon was, Frank, because I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Drazov? Sure.
The Ashen, excuse you.
Drazov the Ashen. Does this name mean anything to you?
No. Why would... Mogus doesn't need Archons. If Mogus wants something done, Mogus will take care of it himself. That is the whole point.
Yes, Mogus is very powerful. So you're telling me that this Drazov the whatever can certainly not be an Archon of Mogus. Is that what you were telling me? Because Mogus doesn't have Archons?
Correct. I think it best that you figure out exactly who's impersonating this and Archon, and you report them to the proper authorities, or at the very least you convince them to stop slandering the name of Mogus.
Yes, of course. Thank you for answering my questions. Praise Mogus, and have a great evening.
He just kind of like nods you off and keeps going about his work.
All right, I'll start leaving the temple, and you can cut to someone else, Frank.
Who's next?
I'll go. Poggles is ready.
Okay.
So where in the city is the Freaka Temple? I assume that I was told it last night, or not last night, or whenever.
Yeah,
that
they all got
meeting was.
pointed out on the way
Yeah.
through town.
Yeah.
It's a temple row essentially. Where
Yeah.
most of them are, with exceptions, but the two exceptions being the Heliod Temple and the Thassa Temple. But
Right.
yeah, the temple to Farika was there.
Cool. All right. So I leave the group, and I tell I'm gonna go find the Freaka Temple. At this point, I'm just confused because he also said he told me to go to Freaka, essentially, right?
He basically said like, why don't you go visit your temples, visit your respective places, and
Right.
places of worship, get some rest, and hopefully I'll have something for you in the morning. So.
Yeah. And it seemed like the only god that I've been in contact with was Freaka. So in a little bit of fear, I walk over to the temple. A little confused, but all my friends are doing it, so.
Alright, sure. Real fast, This is for you, Charles, because when I saw this weekend, I thought of Pog, so just take a look at it, and then we'll do the thing. So you go up to Farika's temple, and there's quite a bit of hustle and bustle. In fact, the one thing you kind of see up front is you see a bunch of almost like herb merchants. You see people peddling their various curative herbs and their remedies and such.
I peruse, but I don't buy anything. I look, but I don't touch.
Sure. And you got there are a bunch of people who are like trying to bark you over, like to incentivize you to spend money or anything on their various elixirs and such. Gonna shop a bit, or are
No,
you
maybe on
just
the way
gonna...
out, but
Okay. They take notice that how you're not really that interested, and they start looking towards the other passerbys and continuing about their their task as it is. Before you is essentially the gates to the Farika Temple. On the doorway, or rather, the doorway is propped up with two pillars that have been carved in such a way to look like two snakes. Rather, each pillar essentially a double helix of a snake, so a caduceus, and essentially supporting the arch of the front gate. So right there before you, the front gate to the Temple of Farika. The god you have a questionable relationship with, I imagine. What do you do?
is there anyone outside that looks like they're part of the business? Any greeters?
No, the only greeters you found were those people trying to peddle their elixirs and their wares.
I'm gonna walk through the door and slowly open it. Just kind of peek my head inside.
Okay.
What do I see? I'm just like putting. I don't want to rush in, but I'm a little hesitant.
Well, peek inside, and you're overcome with a wonderful smell. This temple, it smells like they're burning in various incenses, which, I mean, when you're walking down Temple Row, you smell the various holy incenses devoted to the various gods. But this is different. This smells. Just inhaling gives you it lifts you. It's uplifting. It's almost as if your lungs are taking in more oxygen, and you feel generally better.
Okay, so I'm gonna step in. I'm gonna look around and say, like, start looking for people to talk to. I'm looking for someone who might know, like,
terribly far. So when you walk in, after smelling the aroma, you see really two distinct parts of the temple. You see, well, a long line of people in front of you, leading up to what looks like an altar with a statue that very clearly depicts Farika atop the altar. And then off to the side, you see a bunch of pots and bags and individuals who are going up and down the line, essentially asking for payment and receiving payment from those people in line.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of go up, tap the person who's the last in line, and ask them what this line is to.
Oh, they startled. They jump back a bit and look at you in your turtly visage.
Sorry, what do these people look like in line? Who am I dealing with here?
It looks like there's various individuals. You got your humans, you got your Leonin. There's some Tritons here. You even see a lone Minotaur further up the line. She looks much larger than the rest of the group, but she's clearly waiting patiently to get to the front. So all walks here.
All right, so I'm going to tap the person, whoever it is on the back of the line.
Oh, it's a human woman.
I'm just going to ask, hey, what's this the line to?
Oh, yes, this is the. Sorry. We're all standing in line to receive a remedy to cure what ails us as it is.
Oh, do you know if there's anyone in charge around here? If there's a priest or
Looks at
someone?
you and says, I'm not sure. This is not really a service for worshippers. This is just I guess you could call it a clinic, to help those of us that are ill and feeling down. I imagine the priest up at the front can direct you better than I can, or perhaps one of the ushers and attendants that are asking for payment and getting payment from us standing in line. I'm sure one of them might be able to help you.
Okay. Can you point to me which one's the priest?
It's just the person up at the front.
How long is this line, Frank?
It's a fair line. It's 30 some odd people. Pretty long.
Does it look like it's moving?
If you wait a couple minutes, you see someone start walking on out, and then everyone just kind of shifts up one step.
Oh God! All right, I'm gonna. Do you think I want to kind of look for it? I want to get to the front of the line, but I don't want to have these people be upset with me. I just want. Can I go talk to like an attendant or one of like
Yeah,
the
sure.
people there? Yeah, because I don't think I have enough time to. Am I kind of in a hurry?
No, I mean, you're not really in a hurry. You have basically most of the night, I think.
True. Okay.
Ugo said take your time.
All right. Well, I am a turtle and I'm very patient. So I will wait in the line to speak to the priest.
Okay. Hours go by. Probably about like an hour and a half, and you get to the front, and the priest looks at you and says, "And what can I assist you with? What can Farika do to cure what ails you?"
Well, sir, I'm here because I have a question about Frida. I'm feeling great, actually. I just want to speak to someone about Frika and maybe people who are familiar with her work. I'm kind of on a task right now, an adventure, and a dear friend of me and my crew were told to come speak to the leaders of the temple because something is happening. And I don't really have any association, but Frika and snakes have been. I went into a dream and there was a snake there, and there's a snake in my pipe. So I figured Frika wanted to come speak with me, or wanted to speak with me. So I've come to speak with her disciples.
The priest looks at you and kind of says, sure, okay. So you're not looking for. He kind of like looks over his shoulder and sees the long line, and says, "Okay, here," and kind of says, "Come stand next to me. I'll flag someone down to come help you. Let me just keep this line moving."
Mm-hmm.
So you go and stand next to him, and the next person steps up and he says, "Welcome. Tell me what ails you, and hopefully Farika will be able to lend some type of aid, for the right price, that is." And beckons an usher over with a basket, who receives payment, and then as the usher is walking away, or as the usher goes to walk away, the priest looks at him and says, take our guest here to the back and see if anyone can help him. I'm a little busy right now." And the usher looks at you and says, "All right, come with me," and leads you over to the left side of the temple where they're kind of putting all the payments, and pulls aside a curtain and says, "Come on back."
All right, I'll go in. I'll go talk. Let's do it.
Sure.
I'm like, thank you. So, who is this person I'm speaking with?
Oh, I'm Daros.
Hello, I am Poggles.
That is a funny name, Poggles.
Yes, it is. I won't tell you my last name yet.
Okay, well. So what brings you here? As he's kind of like walking with the basket.
All right. Well, I'm on an adventure as part of the. Have you heard of the Nixian games?
Yeah, of course. I does. Is Thassa the god of the sea? And he lets out a small chuckle, and he's like, "No, yeah, it's kind of a big deal around here."
Yeah, I received an invite to it, and I'm not too sure why. I was just minding my own business, living pretty much in solitude, and then I received an invite. I don't know why.
The oracles kind of assign that. It's kind of like beckoned down from the gods, and they tell them who they need to seek out. So I'm sure you were picked for a good reason.
Well, I'm curious to know if Farika picked me in. If she did, why? And I'm just curious. I think it was her. And then I also say, and this also started happening. I take out my pipe, and I cast to cast augury. I can click it, but I just show him, and then the snake appears.
Sure. So the snake, your pipe turns into the snake.
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know how this happened.
Seeing that, he's taken aback, and he's like, I'm just an usher here, man, but I'm sure one of the priests will have more information for you. I hope, but that looks like it's Farika to me. It looks like Farika blessings to me.
Okay. Well, thank you, Daros.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll just sit over here.
Oh, I mean, we're not.
Are we in the back?
No, yeah. Come, keep walking with me. Come on, it's fine. I'm just gonna take this back into the vault, and the priest's quarters are over that way. So we'll be a short walk right over. And after a short period of time, he says, "All right, well, Poggles, it was nice to meet you, but all of your answers should be beyond that doorway right there." And he points you to another doorway with snakes alongside it, and he says, "I gotta get back to work. So good luck,
Farewell.
and see ya."
Okay, so I knock on the door. I give it a light knock.
A woman answers. "Yes, hello."
Hi, the usher Daros, the fine gentleman, just showed me your door. And I have a few questions for you about Farika. Do you have a second? Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior, Farika?
She looks down at her wrist and pulls up her robe, and you see a very large sundial on it. And she says, yes, I have a little bit of time. So, go ahead. Are you? Come on in. Are you a disciple of Farika, or
Well,
I can't exactly say.
I was just telling Daros, but the short story is I think I was selected by Frika for the Nixian Games, and I want to ask her questions because I think something is wrong with the Nixian Games, and I think there's something worse happening. And I think we should bring this attention to the attention of Farika.
She kind of like walks around you a bit. I'm sorry. I'm not used to seeing walking turtles every day.
Mm-hmm.
She sees your shell and she's with the stars and such. She's like, okay. She kind of looks at you and says, "You don't have any answers? Because I think you might be. I think you might be a little higher on the hierarchy than I am."
I don't think so, but I've never prayed to Farika. I've never been to the temple. This is my first time here, so I think you have more authority here than me.
She just kind of. Okay. Well, look. Here's the deal. Farika's one of those gods that people pray to, but not that everyone prays to, but not many people actually attend the service for, right? I mean, who are you gonna pray to if you get sick? You're not gonna pray to Krufix. Krufix gonna sit there and basically say, well, question why you got sick, right? And then you have to deal with all that minutia and all that. No, Farika's gonna heal you. So everyone prays to Farika, but not everyone wants to be here for the good and the bad. So I kind of just run this as I run this as more of a hospital and more of a clinic, a doctor's office, apothecary.
Mm-hmm.
More than I run this as a temple, because in all honesty, there's only about a handful of us that actually attend regular services here. That being said, I'm not an oracle, but the oracles for Farika do tend to gather in the Setson wilds and at her temple there. So I will send a missive stating that you wanted to bring to their attention that what was it? Something's wrong with the trials? Is that?
There's something wrong beyond the Nixian Games. My friends and I think that an Archon of Mogus. Correct me if I'm wrong, player.
She kind of like lets out a chuckle and she's like, "It's not a thing, but okay."
Yeah, we
Both
found out
can.
he's unaffiliated.
Right. Okay. Well, an Archon has been threatening Akros, and there might be more at stake with the gods.
She kind of like looks at you and says, "All right, well, no Archons really exist anymore outside of Heliod's domain and Athreos' domain. So I don't know how much I believe that, but I definitely can tell you that you are. Well, your shell tells me that you're special. Your shell tells me that Farika, you're in the right place. But I don't really have much else to tell you or to assist you. I'm not really the one who's in charge here. I just kind of run the daily to-dos, and it's the oracles that tend to run the inner workings of each of each system here, our various rituals and such. And well, our oracle just isn't here at the moment. As I said, she's traveled to I guess it's an oracle council in the Setsin Wild. So I don't have any real answers for you other than feel free to stay, make yourself at home, and I'm sure we can find a bed or the like for you if you wish to commune with Farika for a while. But if you would like to, I don't know. I'm assuming you have some form of remedies and such that you've been working on.
I have my homebrew medicine with me.
Well, you feel free to sell and provide that to the masses if you believe it'll help them cure what ails them and the like. But really, at the end of the day here, what was your name again?
Poggles.
At the end of the day here, Poggles, you're here for a reason that I imagine Farika and probably her oracles, only Farika and her oracles would know. And, well, I can't help you beyond that. So, that's what I have for you. She looks down at her sundial again. She says, I don't know why I wear this. It doesn't really work when there's no lighting. Or when I'm not standing directly under the sun. But I have to go relieve the current. I have to go relieve the priest up at the front of the line there. It's well, you know, a large city, diseases travel fast, people get sick, people coming in and out. So we always have a busy day here in Melenis to try and heal the wounded and such.
Is there any reason I would be suspect at all? I don't feel like I am. I feel like this guy isn't. I mean, she's not.
Oh, she's just kind of. If you want to roll for it, you can, like insight or what have you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Poggles would insight. Oops, I double clicked the first one.
Yeah, you she seems jaded, but she doesn't really come off as being. She doesn't come off as like lying to you or anything. She just
Right.
seems really jaded and as if this is just kind of what she does. More so that she's acting like more of a doctor and less of a priest, if that makes sense.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay. What was her name again?
I did not say. I did not come up with one.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask her.
I will come up with one if you would like.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna ask her if everything with Farika has been good. Have the oracles been able to communicate with her? Has she been? I don't know. Has she been giving orders or continuing helping curing others?
Farika's generally direct. I think from the general frustration of our oracle as of late, she's been less direct. That being said, she usually communicates in weird manners and such. So snakes, images within our burning incense, the like. So it's not really. While her messages are not always clear and sometimes left up to interpretation, I imagine our oracle's still receiving some form of message. That being said, she has been frustrated recently, though. As I said, she's not here right now, so I imagine Farika's been playing with her a bit and been less direct with how she's sending her messages. Which, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time.
Well, thank you. When do you think will I hear from the Oracle? Should I come back here? Who would you recommend?
How long are you staying in town for?
How long are we staying in town for?
I think we're probably
What's
gonna
that?
report back to Ugo the following day. So
I'll be here until at least I'll leave at the earliest tomorrow midday. But
Do
I
you
think
have
I'm
anyone I can leave a message with? Or if I can... So I don't anticipate the oracles will be back
I
until...
give them Ugo's number.
Which number?
um,
The burner phone or the or the house address?
where would Ugo's at the Temple of Crufix, right? Where is
Ugo
he?
is. We don't know if Ugo's
He's
gonna
at the
maintain
Temple of
his.
Thassa, technically, is like his
Yeah.
front.
His front is the Temple of Thassa. He's actually an oracle for the Temple of Phalanx.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any easy way? I'll come back. I'll go talk to my people. And I'll spend the night. I will commune with you all in Frida. So I'll stay here until the morning.
Okay, that sounds fine.
And I'll get you Ugo's address. His PO box.
Is that like your secretary or?
He is one of my close and dear friends in this town right now. In this city, sorry.
Okay, sure. That sounds. Yeah, when the oracle gets back, I'm sure if this Ugo character has a way of contacting you, we can reach out. But yeah, feel free to spend a night here. We have extra beds for those passing through, and yes, feel free.
Thank you. And then I'm gonna walk out, and then we don't need to repeat this, but I'm gonna slowly go through all the shops and start smelling and
Start smelling? Is that
The
what you said?
herbs and the
Oh,
the
okay.
incense.
just start looking into everything.
High grade lettuce.
Lettuce.
All right. What about you three?
All right,
So,
Zelkos. We got this loot to sell. I'm pretty sure you're the one.
I'm not
to go
selling
to
my
handle
loot.
this. What?
I'm not selling my loot. I've had this for a long time.
Oh,
And
I don't get it.
Crippling pain. You sure you don't? How many kids do you have again?
I lost count.
I figured.
Dad joke. Furiously takes notes.
As I'm saying that to you, though, I'm going to cant to Canathos, ask Crydella if anything's changed. Also ask about Titus and Lena.
Sure.
But I have at least 2 great axes plus whatever other fucking garbage we looted off of the Minotaurs to sell.
Sure. Am I just telling the truth that these are some high quality pieces of weaponry, or am I spinning a tale?
No, just tell them the truth.
All right.
And try to get the best price you can.
Sure. Can do.
To the weapon shops.
Lead the
I'm
way.
assuming we know where we're going.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
you
you're
guys,
from here,
you guys
right?
were there, right?
Yep. Just gonna let Zelkos do the talking, because he's good at it.
Yeah, and Frank, I'm gonna just fire off a sending. It's been a day, I think, right, since we were last. So, because we were coming down the river yesterday.
Yes.
Yes, and then we sort because it was like a short trip. That's the Theros thing. So yeah, I'm just gonna check in, make sure everything is still okay there. See if she's heard anything about further like troop movements and stuff, and ask how the two kids are doing.
Okay.
And did we determine the axe and staff are not magical or are magical?
The axe is
Oh,
definitely
the
magical.
axe is magical.
Do we know what it does?
No. Although I
I'm not
did
selling
long
that,
rest
though.
with it,
But
so
What did you find
Oh.
out?
well,
Here.
not up to me.
there's an axe, there's a staff, and there's a water skin, which we do not know what to do.
Why don't we just? So okay, so I'll be as you're sort of like
I
showing
have
them
two
off to me again.
regular great axes plus whatever.
So
other
sorry,
weapons we
Alex.
need.
We're trying to sell the generic stuff, so the
Oh.
non-magical thing.
Yeah.
We're not trying to sell anything
I
magical.
understand now.
Remember those two
Okay.
minotaurs that great weapon mastered and didn't quite fucking kill us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember when
Well,
Valtos was going
I-
around like a bird?
Yeah, I'll just say, Frank, I do my best to sell those because I don't want to do a big RP session to sell two regular great axes.
Oh, so it's okay if they're
and
magical.
whatever else we have.
Also, because last time we got half the price we would have if we just not RP'd.
That was an acro stuff.
Because yeah, so great axes are worth 30 a pop, so I don't know if they're worth 0 or 15 each. I've seen both ways.
Worth 0?
I've seen some rules that say like if you found it on a monster, it's too busted up to be worthwhile, and I've seen other rules that are like if it's used, it's half
No,
price.
this is half.
So yeah, should we just say we sell two great axes for a total of 30?
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with that. If you want to RP it, we can RP it, but
No.
I'm fine with you just being like, yeah, I sell it.
So I slap that 30 gold down into our wizard's hands.
30 gold. I'll give you
Oh,
10.
Coach, you're
I
so
give
efficient.
Kenneth those 10.
Thank you.
Plus 10. I'm going to go back down to my boat and have a look at those documents that we shoved into a bag off of that table.
Okay.
The other two of you are
Should
gonna
best come with you then. I might have knowledge. I didn't see anything that stood out, but
Yeah,
it might be worth whatever again.
I'll come late. I'll cook lunch later, but I want to go visit the Temple of Karmetra first.
All right.
You have fun at the dock with your documents.
do.
Takes more notes.
And I chuckle as I play. I'm gonna play my drum lightly as I sort of march to the temple.
A new character flaw has been born.
Mine or yours?
Mine.
Well, I didn't know if it was me having the flaw of puns, or L having the
Both.
flaw of being weak to puns, or
Both,
Krishna
maybe?
having the flaw of trying to learn puns.
Learn dad jokes.
Yes, is the answer.
Yeah. It's the fucking Three Stooges now.
So I'm playing my marching song, and I'm gonna head on over.
We
I'm also gonna-
agreed to meet Ugo the following day, right? And I'll say this before you leave.
Yeah, he said to
Fortunately,
seek guidance from our gods for the day or something, I think.
yeah, I don't think we have much for him, but at least we have this 30 gold.
Yep. Frank, I'm gonna buy as we're walking through the market area, I'm just gonna buy a little bit of like kind of like cloth and like a string, because I want to tie up like about a 1-inch diameter worth of spices to make an offering for Karmetra. I don't know how much bronze or silver that would cost, or copper or silver.
A pittance, really. Barely anything.
So just mark off a copper.
Yeah, mark off a copper.
Cool beans.
Okay, I have a question because I have what the axe is, and I sent it to
Yeah.
Krishna. Did you do any? Did you attune to the staff?
I would have attempted to. I don't know if it would do anything or not.
And next time Zalkos and I are together, we can talk about the axe.
And the water skin, I suppose, as well.
Okay,
So
well,
who knows
the
how that
water
works.
skin, just casts create water.
Okay.
How the fuck did that almost kill us?
Well, he
Because
was using
yeah.
the water.
Oh, I see.
He created water using it, and then he did the water. He did stuff with
Gotcha.
the water
Okay.
afterward.
how many times can you cast create water?
3.
Per long, or per dawn?
Yep. Per dawn. Which I think you guys don't really need, but having the ability to not spend spell slots and create water is fine. Because I don't think it's a cantrip in 5e.
No. Isn't it? Isn't it like pretty strong? It's like a
I think it's
second
fairly
level or
strong,
something.
yeah.
What's the thing
I-
of create food and drink? Create or
If you're talking
destroy
about-
water, or create food and water?
Create
So
food.
there's create,
That's-
destroy water. There's create water and food. There's control water. There's shape water.
Yeah, so create or destroy water is a first level spell, which if we were getting attacked by it, or if it's like something you could aggressively use, it would be create or destroy water. Probably just the create side. And there's create food and water, which is a third level spell, which can create a bunch of 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water, so it might just
Holy.
be just that side.
That's more that, but no food.
Okay, so it's not, because you can do 10 gallons for create or destroy water, the first level spell, and the third level spell is 30 gallons.
The 3rd level.
Neat. Okay, so
lot
create
of
30
water.
gallons of food, or 30 gallons of water on the ground or in containers within range.
Yes.
Neat. I mean, it makes sense for like an army to
True.
have that.
Well, yeah. And then the staff is what we're talking about now?
Okay. I have to double check if there's an actual spell that this is, because I'm not familiar with the spell what the spell was on top of my head. So
What ish is it? I might know it if there is something similar.
it's a let me see. Let me pull up what it is in Pathfinder.
What is it called in Pathfinder?
It's called Divine Fury, or Divine. I forget if it's Divine Fury or whatnot. It's take an action, next ability or next action you do does an additional X damage, but in 5e, I'm fairly certain that would be an extra D4 or D6 depending on level. I think it's D4 generally until level 5, and then I think it goes up every
Yeah, it'd be there's a
odd
lot of
level or every 3 levels after that.
there's a lot of paladin spells that do similar things.
We can handle this after.
Yeah.
We need to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's literally a bonus action empowerment. Then next action you take extra D4.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
Frank,
like one
look
of
up
the-
I think
look
they
up
have it
Searing Smite,
as-
Thunder Smite, Wrathful Smite, and those will give you some cool inspirations.
I guess the smite's in here, yeah. But I was going off of something in Pathfinder, so I'll tell you what it is after. If you want to use it today, then I'll just do the rolls myself.
No, we'll just say I didn't bother with attuning it to it yet.
Yeah, I don't think
know.
anyone's really
Yep.
got.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, so where are we going from here? You wanted to go to the Temple of Karamitra? Did you want to do any of that in person roleplay, or are you just kind of say like, no?
Yeah, I can just describe what my character does, and you can interrupt me if stuff happens. Unless you had
Sure.
something to interrupt me there already.
I mean, no. I was kind of waiting to see what you guys were planning on doing next. So I know some of you are going to the dock, or I know the 2 of you are going to the docks, and you were saying you were going to Temple of Karamitra. So
Yeah, so I'm
and then
gonna
we got into the weapon discussion.
take some of Colette's spices, the high quality ones that I bought from her, and again wrap those up in a little sort of like 1-inch diameter pouch and pocket that. And then I'll head over to the temple and find some sort of like altar where you could pray or leave donations. I'm gonna kneel down, gonna eat one of my good berries and put that little spice pouch down on the altar. I'm gonna sort of grab my pan flute and hold it up to my chest, hold to my heart, and then say aloud, Carmetra, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but know that my companions and I will do all that we can to restore your connection to your followers. I need nothing more than the many gifts that you've already given, but I'll take any boons that you've got. And I'm sort of like tapping my fingers on the pan flute, giving some guidance to my god on what I want. And then I'll sort of just like sit there and pray for a minute or two and just kind of enjoy the sea breeze as it comes in, taking the sounds of the seagulls outside and listen to the crackling of the nearby torches, and just kind of enjoy it for a minute or two. Do I hear or feel anything unusual, Frank?
Yes. Yes, you do. So you feel something deep down inside yourself. And then you also feel someone, like, poking at your back.
I'm going to focus on the feeling inside first real quick. What does that feel like?
Oh, well, it feels like... oh, you're receiving a god's boon. Oh, you're receiving something. Like your divinity score is going up.
Oh, okay.
But we'll that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I'll sort of snap my eyes open and turn and say, who do I see there?
Oh, man with a broom.
Oh, am I on your way? I'm so sorry.
Oh, I couldn't help but hear something you brought up there. In your prayers.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I don't spend a lot of time outside the temple, and I kind of just... Well, you know how they have us come in and they have us do those tasks, those like monthly tasks in order to upkeep these temples and trim the hedges and such?
Of course.
I came here and I didn't leave, so I've been here for a while doing those.
Oh, well, thank you. That's so kind of you, and I'm sure Karametra's blessings are showered upon you.
He kind of like looks at his old, wrinkly hands. Yeah, it's pretty okay. Did I overhear you saying something about her not talking to people?
I'm gonna look around. Do I see anyone sort of listening in on our conversation?
No.
Okay. Do I get a feeling that this guy's like legitimately a actual member of the temple, or this is like Fanax.spy?
This guy looks like a guy wearing a burlap sack. And he looks like he's got like vines and flowers in his beard. So he's
cool.
He looks like Merle. If that,
Sure.
If that helps.
I'll sort of say, yeah, let me tell you all about it. And I start flipping I'll say, let me think, where do I get started? I'll start flipping a copper coin and then mutter under my breath and cast Detect Thoughts. What's this guy's surface thoughts? Is he just...
He's like, I think this guy knows that I can't talk to Karamitra.
Cool. I'll sort of let the spell sit for a minute as I tell him and say, well, yeah, there's apparently the contact of the oracles and many followers of the gods has been not completely shut off, but almost... Well, before we had a stream of information and communication, now we have but a trickle.
Oh, that's not good at all.
No. Fortunately, I still have my magic, which I was quite certain came entirely from Karametra and nature and the wilds and such, and the other gods, of course. but now I don't know. I guess they have enough influence to keep some of their powers channeled into us. Why, have you noticed anything interesting of or worrisome of late?
Oh, just the usual. The trees keep growing, people keep coming in, good harvests, but he gets real close. But the blueberries have come in sour, and that's not usual.
Have you eaten recently? Can I maybe would you like some food? I have some. Speaking of berries.
Oh, I'm fine, but if you're offering that, I'll never turn my nose up
Sure.
at
And
food.
I'll say here, try this berry, and I'll pull out one of my 4 remaining good berries
He
from
looks at it. What
Karametra
color?
herself.
What
Uh,
color is it?
I don't. I guess these are kind of. It's like take the color of a blueberry and apply it to a raspberry, but it's like half that color and that sort of fades into blackberry, fades into raspberry. I imagine it's almost like this triple colored raspberry shaped berry.
He looks at it. He puts his hand to his face, and then he looks at you, and he reaches for that. He reaches for that good berry. He plops it in his mouth. He says, "Now that's a good berry."
That's what I call it, Karametra's good berry.
Mm, mm,
I
tastes good. The
th-
flavors.
yeah, it's wonderful. As a chef myself, it's quite humbling to have such a delicious treat from the gods that rivals or outright beats any of my cooking.
Well, I mean, Karamitra is good to have someone so faithful in her as her disciple, as her as her devout.
No, she makes it so easy. She's given me so much in my life, helped me take care of my people, my family, and
Where
it's good. Oh, I'm from about maybe a half day's travel east by northeast of Hunter's Crossing on the way towards Setessa.
the Setsun Wilds? Yes, that makes sense. Big presence of Karamitra's temples out there. Unlike here in the hustle and bustle of the city. Starts grumbling a bit, sweeping the floor.
I chuckle a bit and I say, yeah, it's certainly different as I sort of look around, but you know, it's nice. You were speaking of the seasons earlier. I had planned to. I like to always include some song with my prayer, sort of my own personal touch. So why don't I play you a song before I go and play Carmetra's song before I go?
Be delighted.
Cool. So
I'm sure too.
I hope so, and I'll close my eyes, take a breath, and play my pan flute. I'm gonna play this song about it goes on about the seasons and like all the farm work that you got to do throughout the year, and starts slowly about the spring, and then it sort of rises up to this crescendo in the summer, and then begins to wind down and down and down through the autumn and winter. And by the end of the song, it sort of picks up again at the start of spring before ending with a common prayer to Karametra. And that's probably like a good like 4-5 minute song.
At the end he kind of like you hear him kind of clapping a bit.
Oh,
That
thank
was
you.
very good.
And thank you. I didn't catch your name. I'm Zelkos, and I'll put out my hand to shake his. Shit, sorry, Frank. I didn't mean to. And then I get his name, and I thank him for his time. And I
Hold on. God. Fuck. I got it right here. Oh, I'm Cetrus.
Well, Cetrus, again, I thank you. I'm sure Carmetra thanks you, and if I'm I'm in the area, I'll be sure to swing by and say hello.
Sure, come by my temple anytime.
Thank you. Carmetra's I don't know a good prayer. I say a standard Carmetra prayer and I walk away.
He is standing there with his broom, just kind of sweeping a bit as you leave.
Cool. Take a nice deep breath of the ocean air as I step out of the temple and head towards the docks.
All right.
It's like mid-afternoon right now, right?
Yeah, it's getting later. It's like 3. Maybe a little later, like maybe like 3:30. Daylight
Alright.
saving, of course.
Don't-
Hits us all.
You can't. This is my fantasy world where I get to pretend things are good.
No daylight savings then.
Yep. So, yeah, I think we're just in the boat. I'm not sure when Acreus and Poggles will make it back to us, but
They won't.
I'm check back in before I go back to the
Poggles is spending the night at the Freaka Temple, as far as I know.
yeah, but I think he just said he's gonna check into this.
I'm gonna wander around, try and steal from some people, Frank.
Okay. So you want to do the table then?
Well, it's up to that was just an idea I had for simplicity, because it means we don't have to roleplay 1,000 times. I can make like a bunch of stealth checks, and then you can roll however you want, if you want to make it easy.
I'm gonna look up Xanathar's stuff.
Yeah, if you're gonna do that, give me a stealth check, and then I will.
Alright, I just made 3. I have advantage on all of them, and then just do whatever you want off that info.
So there is this, which is downtime crime, but this is like, I don't know, this is long-term crime. You don't want this. You spend 25 gold to seek out targets before committing a crime, and then you make a bunch of checks, and then you go to the table. This is big crime.
No, this is.
Yeah,
I am not doing big crime.
We're doing this table here.
You just do little crime. Sure, you just
We're gonna
Google
do
like
this
D&D
table
pickpocket
here.
table.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Now we have one where it says, okay, what their stealth score is between certain areas, and now I roll. Do. Ha!
What?
Oh god.
A 100 on a D100?
It's nutty.
That can't be good.
It's either
Or
really
it's
good or really
amazing.
bad. It's either good or bad, though. I don't actually know.
Oh fuck! Hold on. That's the wrong one. Okay. Add 21 gold.
Alright.
So yeah, you kind of like go around pickpocketing. You see a bunch of what looks like wealthy-ish. They're walking around out of the merchants area that you were at prior last time you were in the city, and they're walking around there. You kind of tail them a bit. You find few good opportunities. You snag a couple coins off one guy. Right as one of them ducks into a shop, you see an opportunity. You snatch a couple coins off the next guy, and then you kind of just wait around outside as they leave. One of them drops their coin purse, and it's 14 gold. So don't even need to pickpocket that one. You just snatch that up as it falls, and that's basically what happens there.
Mm-hmm. I never got the memo to go back to the ship, so I'm gonna go back to Ugo. And is he there? I need to ask him a question.
Hey, he's here.
Ugo.
Yeah?
Uh, I have come into some money recently. Is there a gambling den in this town?
Yeah, it's in this temple.
All right. And I'm gonna put all of my gold on the table and say, let's fucking gamble.
He says, well, we don't gamble here, like in the temple proper, but we have we got a couple back rooms. And he kind of like leads you back out into the tavern, and then he looks at the tavern keeper and he says, he claps you on the back and says, "This guy here, it came to some money recently. Let's help him out with that."
I'm looking for the 138 gold stakes table, please. Thank you.
The guy looks at you and is like, oh, "All right, seems awfully specific there, but sure, we help you out." And he pulls back a curtain, and it seems like there's a small little gambling den going on in the restaurant part or in the bar side.
All right, I want to go to the high rollers table, to the wealthiest table.
There's not really a high rollers table so much, but there's people here. They're all like wearing masks, and they're you spot a table of relative ease with a lot of coins on it. So I assume that's where you'll end.
I'll sit down and go, all right, boys, what are we playing? And I'll kind of take out my gold to let them know I'm kind of here to play as well.
Dice. Rolling dice.
Dice, and I'll take out 138 gold and say, who's against me?
People start backing out. People are like, oh, that's a lot of money right there. I'm not interested in that.
How much money were you interested in?
Well, I'm on a little lower, and I can't go back to the wife with nothing. You know, I'm just and suddenly that guy gets shoved aside, and this large man with a mask kind of sits down across from me and says, "I am Ramus the Shadowed Soul. All those before me, they all slink away from my glory and away from my presence. I am the gambling master here, and I smelt your money the second you put it down on the table. I'm here to relieve you from it."
All right, I'll stand up on my chair and take like a facetious bow and be like, I am Acrius from the underworld. And as you know, demons don't part with their gold. So let's do this. And I'll put 138 gold in, even though I don't even know how to play.
Okay.
We could just roll a d20. I don't know what you want to do, but
Roll me 5 D100s, and I will also roll 5 D100s.
oh no.
Individual rolls.
Yeah, well, it will show individually on mine, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like, that shows all the D100 rolls right there. Ooh!
Yeah, so you get him on the first two, and he starts sweating a bit, and he takes out some coins from his pocket and starts dabbing his forehead with the coins.
You getting
And he
nervous,
says-
boy? You getting nervous, boy?
He says, "Well, this is not looking good for old Ramus here."
I'll
And
go
then
watch this, and I'll roll my third. I'll do whatever the third action is, and it'll be fucking horrific.
So then you roll, and he's like, I can beat you there. And he grabs some dice, rolls them, and he gets you on that one. He's like, I'll take back my earnings. And that's on the third one. And then he looks at you and he says, How's about we go double or nothing? And that's what results in the last two. So this is on the third one. So the last two, he says, how about we go double or nothing?
Yeah. Yeah, I always like stealing gold from strangers, and I'll chuckle.
All right. Well, how's about we use my special dice, eh?
Let me see that, and I'll look at it to see if it's fucking, like, loaded.
Why'd you link Divine Favor?
I think
was wondering that.
that's just the thing you were looking for from earlier.
Yeah, that's it. That's basically it, yeah. Give me some type of investigation on this.
Yeah, I'll throw it up in the air. I'll lick it. I'll listen to it. I'll shake it. I don't know what kind of check that is, but
Give me an
I'm just
investigation.
Yeah.
Just give me that hard investigation roll. Yeah, these dice are weighted. You can tell.
I'll slam the dice on the table and be like, "You're trying to swindle me. These are fucking loaded dice."
I'd never.
I'll grab him by the collar and be like, "Look, these are loaded dice."
Look, no one here believes that, but fine. Let's roll normal dice. Let's roll the house dice then. How about
Yes.
that? I still won't lose.
Let's roll the house dice, and I'll like rub my hands together.
You both proceed to roll the dice. They come up negative. They come up in your favor that first roll. He looks at you, sweating. He says, "All right, hold on." And he takes out another 10 gold. He slaps it down the table and he says, "This is the last I have, and I refuse to lose to a neophyte like yourself. So one more go. One more roll of the dice.
Sure. Let's go.
You guys roll your last set of dice, and it comes up in your favor again. With that, he kind of stands up, and if you could see his eyes, I'm sure you would see a man hollow, devoid of anything. He says, "I have to face my wife after this," and proceeds to walk out. The entire room is silent, and then suddenly everyone erupts, "Acrius! Acrius!" and they start cheering your name.
Woo! And I'll start dancing on the fucking table.
I walk out of there with what, you 130, 100 and or 200 and I don't know, 40, no 100 and 270. Yeah, because I said double or nothing plus the 10. Yeah, 270. Walk out of 270.
Is that in addition to what I normally had, or is that total? Sorry.
No, it's total.
All right, so I'll add one.
So you should add what,
145, right, or 148 or something.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'll add 145. All right, I'll walk away happy, man, and then I'll go. I wonder where the group is. I thought we were meeting here. And I'll go to Ugo and I'll be like, "Ugo, can I sleep here tonight? I don't know where my party went." Oh, also, I made 150 gold downstairs, but can I sleep here?
He looks at you. He's like, "Hey, good job on the money. Who'd you beat?"
And then I'll say the name.
Oh yeah, that Ramus. Yeah, he's a blowhard. He doesn't really don't believe his title. He doesn't have a shadowy soul or anything. He's just a blowhard.
Is his wife going to kill him? He sounded very worried.
Well, his wife hasn't killed him the other 50 times, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
Okay, good. Good. Can you point me to a room to sleep in?
Yeah, we have. He like looks over at one of the like attendants. He says, "Ted over there can lead you to like the He can lead you over to like the bunks."
Okay.
And he walks up to him. He's like, "My name's Ted. Follow me, please."
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yep.
And there you go. Down by the docks.
Down by the docks, we're just reading these documents.
Which documents were these again?
The
The
ones
ones that we got
stole.
from the fortress?
Yeah.
From the captain's desk.
We just shoved everything into a bag and we're going through it for anything interesting. Probably won't be anything interesting, but we're going through it anyway.
Sure.
I mean, this is clearly both of our idea of a good time. Military documents. In a boat.
I cast alarm when we get on the boat. Probably detect magic, look around the boat too, just in case. As you do.
Can I give you any? Is there anything that I can give you for your hard work here?
Unlikely.
I'm trying to think.
I think you're being charitable calling what we're doing hard work.
No, you know what? Yeah, this could be a good place to put some
Logistical documents of a mountain outpost in Acreus. Anyone? Thrilling reading.
No, like we could do this. This is fine. So you have amongst the documents that you have, you see like a ledger, a bunch of intakes and such of supplies coming into the fortress, and on one of those on one of the markings on one of the recordings there for the ledger, you see general supplies, and under that it reads a special note, and it reads general supplies donated from Odonos, and that's what you get. That's like the only thing of note, really.
From Odono, it's okay.
Coincidence?
There is no such
not.
thing as coincidences in war.
And that's really the extent of what you find there. Anything?
At some
It's really
point,
the extent of what you
Zelkos,
find there. It's nothing really interesting besides that.
at some point, Zelkos is going to come back, set off the alarm. I'll have to put a new one down.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how long your stuff took, because I was out for at least like 20
the alarm's
minutes.
8 hours. It'll come off eventually.
Yeah, we'll be a while. I mean,
Yep.
we're...
Yeah, so I'll roll up and announce my presence and say, I'm starting to cook lunch.
Do you
And
hear
I will-
anything from Karametro devotees?
Just kind of same thing we knew. Just quiet. I mean,
Also,
I felt
have you ever used a hand axe?
I wasn't super good with throwing weapons, but I was kind of pretty
Wait.
good with a dagger.
You don't have to throw a hand axe.
You can hit him with it.
I think it's just a simple axe. Like, I don't know if it's a hand axe.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, but it's strength based, so I'm garbage with it.
it is true. It is strength based.
Yeah, I'm not.
All right.
I'm not very strong, but I'm pretty quick and accurate. So
Is it a D6 or a D8?
D6 or D4? I don't know.
It's a
Oh,
D6, I believe.
feck. Okay.
Yeah, I was trained in the use of a few weapons, but couldn't really get the hang of anything when you got to swing really hard with. You know, I could use probably a hand crossbow, long sword, rapier, short sword, bunch of easier things, quarterstaffs, things like that. But again, I was only really good with the lighter, finesse-based things, if you will.
Yeah, well, without formal training, it's hard to get the force behind the strikes.
Well, I had surprising amount of formal training.
In Cetessa.
Well, no, someone came to my village and taught me some things.
In Cetessa.
Oh no, I'm from outside Cetessa, but yeah.
No, sorry, like, the training happened in Cetessa.
Isn't that the city player?
Shit, I don't know.
Yes.
I meant, like, the Cetessa region, maybe.
Yeah,
that's, like...
it's the Cetessan Wild. So yeah, you
Hmm.
once the Cetessa, it's both like it's like New York and New
Right.
York, right?
Yeah. So I think we might actually be having this conversation. We're like, no, it wasn't in Setessa. You're like, no, that's all
No,
Setessa.
no,
That's
it's all
Setessa.
Setessa to me.
Like, I'm from outside Setessa.
It's literally
I
that
guess
conversation.
I guess it's
Oh,
Setessa
I'm from New York. Oh, you're from New
training.
York. No.
Like they were from a warrior from the Ophis Tower taught me. So yeah, it's their technique.
The Ophis Tower. Doesn't sound like anything in Akros.
No, it's they have warriors who sort of wander about and just try to do what good they can and help their people become better warriors.
I must say, I cast out upon warriors who, optional warriors, if you will.
Well, I think they dedicated their lives to it. I mean, that's why yeah, they dedicate their lives to it. And you can see Zelkos like looking. He's always pretty jovial, and he's got a kind of look of sadness in his eyes. And
I
then
know
he'll
that
go back
look.
to his. He'll start kind of playing a somber song of summoning for his familiar, and then cook lunch.
Dinner, I think, at this point.
Sure.
I believe it is.
Past
dinner.
that, even, maybe?
No, it's definitely dinner. I don't think it's. Anyone know where Poggles is? If we're gonna be, he's gonna. Well, I guess you're gonna show up soon and say you're
Yeah.
going back, right?
Yeah.
It'll be,
Yeah, so
it'll be
I'm
a
gonna
few
say, is
hours
anyone-
because he spent a few hours in line.
Yeah, the timing with me is a little messed up. I'll just show up whenever.
Yeah, no, but I am gonna say. So anyone know what happened to Poggles? I kind of worry about him out there alone.
I don't know. I mean, after dinner, I might go shopping. I was thinking about picking up some better armor, but or at least get some upgrades to my armor. I'm not giving up this one. But yeah, I can maybe keep an eye out for him when I go.
All right. Well, should we take one more look over these Valtos while we wait for dinner, or?
Sounds good. I can't back. Did you hear back?
Not yet. Which cannot be good. In fact, I say not yet, and then you see me sort of think and say, "Oh, not yet." That's intentional, right, Frank? Like I haven't heard anything.
Yep.
Frank, if you killed my fucking wife,
Your wife's not dead.
you killed wife all caps. Okay, that's fine. So I'm gonna I'll let Valtos know that no.
Your wife's not dead. Do not worry. So, what, after a period of time, you get your dinner's done, right? You smell that familiar aroma of the cooked food.
Well, I must say, Zelkos, you've outdone yourself again.
Thanks. It's all the blessings of Karametra and a lot of training.
Yes, yeah, and the Colette spices, right? Still have that damn song of yours stuck in my head.
Yeah, I still got a little bit. Hey, it was a good jingle. Hope she's still using it.
You get a ping back from wife, all caps.
Yep.
The message seems pretty frantic. Sorry, everything's fine. She lit the barn on fire. Been kind of dealing with that all day.
Firebolt.
I'm gonna look at Valtos and wait. Wait.
This is good.
Your
Progress.
apprentice destroyed my barn.
It's only on fire. You don't know it was destroyed.
You get another message back. How many goats did we have?
Wouldn't be in the barn. That'd be fine.
You see me start like counting on my fingers. Fingers going down, fingers going up. 41? No, I think Nancy. I can't remember if Nancy had twins.
Response back.
40 none?
Nervous laughter. It'll be fine.
I'll leave it to you. And then, again, I think your apprentice killed my goat.
Just one of them?
I'm not sure. I lost count.
Both Zelkos and I are laughing.
What about, and then I'll respond with, what about Titus?
Response back. We might need to redo the outside of the I don't know what I would call it in this situation. The bathhouse, I guess. We'll go with that. Like we might need to redo the outside of the bathhouse. There's gladius notches in it.
Boy is a bored warrior.
Yes. If you say so.
So to Valtos, no news. Besides, my barn. Looks like problems have not made it to the country yet. Are we I'm worried about Acreus and Boggles though. I guess they didn't know to come to the boat. I wonder what they could be up to.
We'll be fine. We'll meet them at Ugo's place in the morning.
Well, they're certainly missing out on a fine meal.
Frank? I have my room, right? Like I have my room in this place, or my bunk.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go outside and buy an extremely expensive steak and a really nice glass of wine.
Okay.
Like, just go to the bar.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell the bartender, hey barkeep, I've come into some money. Give me your finest flank of meat and your nicest glass of wine.
Like, nice.
The man brings out after he like nods, goes away. After a period of time, he comes out with a piece of steak larger than you, and then he brings out a bottle, and he's like, "Keep the bottle, buy the bottle, glass. What are we doing here?"
Can I make I want to sound cultured, so I think I would know how much money this bottle of wine takes. Can I make a check to see if I know how much money this wine costs?
I don't know what that would be. Is this deception?
I want to sound like I've done this before.
Performance.
You know what I mean?
Performance. No.
Definitely performance. 100%.
Yeah, performance then. Fine.
Yeah.
Fake it.
I mean, you sound pretty confident. He's like, oh, he knows. He understands where these grapes have come from.
Okay, so you can tell me how much it costs. Like you as Frank.
Are you buying the bottle?
I would like to if I knew how much it costs, and I thought this role was for me to know how much it costs.
This is a 30 gold bottle of wine.
Just a glass, please. Thank you.
Okay. And then he looks at you and he's like, "The steak to your liking?"
It's a little well done, but it'll do. And I'll sit here thinking about how I wish Zelkos was here because he loves good food. And I'll chow down on the steak and drink my wine. And I'll hope my friends are okay because I don't know where they are, to be totally honest.
Deduct for this extravagant meal.
A flank Go ahead. Go ahead.
Deduct like 20 from you.
20 gold. That's fine. Yeah. It was
Yeah.
the best flank I ever had.
Yeah, you
Rude.
have this and it's in your mouth. It isn't well done.
Oh,
Or,
I just wanted
you
to.
know, no, it's slightly on the more well done side. You're right. But
I
for
just
some
wanted to
reason,
sound
when
like
you put
I wanted to be able to insult the guy. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, it's too well done. Like I'm in charge here. You know.
I'm
But
a
it was
wealthy
really
man. Yeah.
Just so we're
exactly.
clear,
It was
You're-
really tasty.
you're not wrong though. It looks well done, but for some reason, it's almost like when you put it in your mouth, it just kind of melts like butter. It's the seared outside, and it just melts away whenever you put a piece of it in your mouth. And it's like, oh, that's good. You're like, chef kiss.
Yes. Tell other chefs this was delicious. And I'll leave the money on the table when I'm done. And I'm assuming it's a giga late at this point, so I'm just gonna go to sleep and hope my friends are okay. And then you can cut the scene to the next guy.
So, Frank, after dinner, I would have tried to do some shopping to see if anyone can take my leather armor and upgrade it to
Let's
studded leather.
let's hold off on that.
Sure.
Okay. So let's hold off on that. That's not going to take any time because I'm going to do something that may or may not be really risky. So I'm going to make the call and then we're just going to do it and I'll accept the consequences of my call if that's what it takes.
All right, this should be good.
Okay. So where is it here?
Are we level 10 now?
What?
So what are we level 10 now?
You're not level 10.
We've gone through a time loop.
I'm gonna give you guys all get the next tier up of the piety, right? So you're all gonna get the next tier up. So effectively piety 10. But here's what's gonna happen. If you want, you can use this piety in the following way. You can lose 5 piety to go from 10 to 5 to provide an enchantment to something you're wearing or to a weapon you have. This will give it +1 to both attack and damage if it's a weapon, or if it's armor, it will give you a +1 to the armor class to it. So you could do that with 5 of the piety. You can go down to 3 piety, so use up 7, to give a weapon +1, so +1 attack, +1 damage. And you may add a elemental trait to it, so your damage done by the weapon will be some form of elemental damage. So from the table, it's if I recall correctly, the elements are fire, necrotic, radiant, force, lightning. I guess is poison
Acid,
one?
poison,
Bolt?
radiant,
Lightning.
thunder.
Sure.
Psychic.
You can add one of those to your weapon.
Wild, okay.
For the sake of you, Tommy, if you want to do that one, you add it to your bow, and your shots will do it. You don't have to enchant an arrow individually.
Okay. Will that work? We'll talk about it after. Do your whole thing first.
Or you could spend it all to give a weapon or... Yeah, no, you can only spend 7. Up to 7.
Sorry, we were currently at the 3 threshold? Or the
Actually,
5
no, I'm sorry. Not 7, because that means you should always just spend 7. You can spend the 8 in order to do that. So
we would lose our initial threshold that we had
yes.
gotten, right? Okay.
Yeah, so it would be 5 for just a +1/+1, or a +1 magical weapon, or not magical weapon, just a +1 to either weapon or armor. Or you may spend 7 to do that and make all the damage a specific damage type. Or you can do 5 and 5 if you want to be like, I want my weapon and my armor to receive a +1, for example. So does that make sense?
Yeah. So sorry, you said we could go to 5 and get 2 +1s?
Or 5 and 5. You have to spend all
You
your
can go
time.
5 and 5 to do
Okay,
like
got you.
weapon and
Yeah,
armor.
yeah.
Don't do armor and don't do armor and armor or weapon and weapon.
Yes.
In theory, yeah, what I just said, you can do that, but I'm gonna say 1
I got
and
you.
1.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can't do the same.
Spread the
thing.
love.
Yeah.
L, what is the 5 for Crucifix?
There's no 5. There's a 10, which is detect thoughts,
I don't need that
and
shit.
advantage against being charmed. I
But
think.
also, you want to keep in mind that if you don't take it, it'll slow down your rate to get to
Gain.
higher tiers.
Yeah, the Crucifix tree is not super good for me though. Like the detect magic is.
I mean, you're digging for 50 is what you're doing, and once you go down to the bottom. So
Yeah, and even my plus, but the plus stats from that are not even super good for me.
Plus
right?
2
It's
con?
fine. It's okay.
it's
Yeah.
in con. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you can get
Or something.
the 25 is really good for you actually.
What's the 25?
You can
Mage
cast
Hand.
Mage Hand, and while it's within 5 feet of you, you get a +2 bonus to your AC against ranged attacks. So you just become this super
Okay, yeah,
tank.
that's pretty good.
But also, you
This
can
is
just take
odd-
a +1
This is
now.
awkward for Poggles and me, where
Right, because you're
none of these
casters.
things actually fucking help. So we'll take the piety.
But I was curious,
I'll take
Frank.
piety.
So like piercers, like when you do piercing damage, you get to like
Oh,
roll an
yeah.
extra dice. You triple crit. This will just
Mhm.
stop working, right?
I don't know how. I thought if you do, I guess so.
Right, like if you had the Sun
Yeah, I
Sword,
guess so, because if you have, because
Slasher
the
would be
Sun Sword
garbage.
doesn't do slashing or radiant, it just does radiant, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yes, in theory, that would do that. Yes. So if you wanted to take this boon, you would only want to take the 5 because it would just give
Yeah,
you
it's
a
like a nerf.
+1 to all your attacks. Whereas if you go beyond that, it would just give you a nerf to your current build.
or you do screw the rules as written, go roll fun. It's like, well, it's a piercing weapon, therefore the piercer.
So like that's what I want to say in this situation, because it wouldn't make sense for the arrow to not do like a fire
Right, it's like
arrow.
your
is
technique
going
isn't going to be worse
roll
now.
Fire damage and piercing damage, because you're still getting hit with the arrow, but it's also lighting what you're hitting it with on fire. So like I'm inclined to just say if it's I'm inclined to say that if you're shooting something with an arrow, it's going to get hit with the arrow, and then whatever on top of that. So yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Let's say it still works. It's fine.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna spend as much as I can to change the elements. I'll roll for the elements, and then I'll take the +1.
I'm going to take my Carmetra bonus.
True devotee.
Dude, advantage against poison? Hell yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it's surprisingly full of it.
So like, this was the thought process, because I know a lot of them don't really like. Some of these just don't really impact any of you at all. So I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I giving you? Like, this doesn't do anything for some people. So my thought
Yeah, I
process
think it's a
was,
cool move.
well, leverage them to kind of give you weird bonuses if you want them. So that's why I said, hold up, wait a minute on your studded leather, because if you wanted to put your points to this or to the studded leather, then it'd be best to wait. That being said, if you're just going to take the bonuses, then we could just say you get your leather in the morning or something like that.
Greglin,
Yep.
is there some amount I could pay to get the item that isn't currently out yet that gives wizards +1 attack and +1 DC? Or no, that's too good, I think. But
What is this from?
It's going to come out in Tasha's.
There will eventually be an item that does this, however.
Is it actively like confirmed to be a thing?
Yeah. Well,
It's a pretty it's a leak that people are pretty sure is real.
It's a very leaky leak.
And what does it do again?
I get, as a wizard, you would get +1 through 3, depending on the item, to attack and DC.
This is for your spells too?
Yeah, only for your spells. Only for your attack spells and your spell DC. It's like the warlock thing, except
Yeah, I
for
would
wizards and
say- so
sorcerers
this is
and
the thing-
druids, and it is
Yeah.
too good. Yeah, I'll take the piety.
Maybe later that might cost more than 10. Also, I want to see it like actually be a thing
Well,
to
we'll
see
have to
some
wait
level of balance to it.
15
so.
days.
Wait, sorry, Alex or Al, are those the 9? Those are the 9 elements you put in chat, or is there more?
I was
Are
just
there more?
spitballing off
Excuse
the top of my head. There might be more.
The ones I listed are the ones that
Oh,
are
we're
like
missing force.
element specific. Like when you think of elements.
I can roll a d10
Like
and I'll
elemental.
just take a random one. I'll
Like
do
those
that.
are damage types, but when you think of elements, it's
So-
more like
Well,
those,
which were
right?
you intending, Frank?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean? What was I?
When you said elements, did you mean elements in the way that I was thinking of it, or did you mean
So
the damage types?
I mean the following. I mean cold, psychic, fire, necrotic, radiant force, thunder, lightning. Are
So what we put in
poison
chat?
and acid the same?
No. Acid melts stuff. Poison is like it's in you inhaled it or it's in your system and you're dying
Yeah,
from
so
it.
you're just thinking of like damage types,
Yeah, I'm thinking of
not
damage
elements
types.
as such. Okay.
I'm strictly thinking of damage types.
All right. So I'll roll a d10 and just take whatever I get.
Sure, unless you want something in specific, you can do that too. This isn't a.
Um. I'll think about it for like a few minutes, but we can keep going. Like I don't think we're gonna get combat within the next few minutes, so I'll think about it as I'll definitely take the +1/+1 and an element though, but I do want to think about it for a sec because poison's kind of shit. But
I'll take my +10. I like it.
I mean, Tommy, psychic wouldn't be too far of a stretch if you're going with Thanax.
yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. Yeah, I'll take psychic. That's a good idea, Alex.
To live for flavor.
So I'll fix the weapon after, unless I don't exactly know how to fucking. I'll just add a longbow +1 to my inventory, I guess.
Yeah, and then just remember that psychic damage.
I would just add a +1. So add a +1, and then, as Alex said, I would put a note next to it, or put something in the notes that it's always psychic damage. Yeah. You could make a macro too, if you wanted.
I mean, you can just change the thing. Like make
That is
custom
true.
item.
That is true, yep. So yeah. Give me 1 second, someone's calling me.
Okay, sorry. Frank, I'm gonna go to 5 and take the +1 AC.
Okay.
Will Kennethos ever be hit ever again? Find out next
I will
time on
definitely be
Dragon
hit.
Ball Z.
Get rolled by magic every time. Don't worry.
Okay. So you don't really need to decide this now, because I don't know if you'll be getting into combat today. I guess it depends what you guys end up doing. But yeah. Keep that in mind. You can do that if you want. It'll basically be like a, flavor-wise, it's a, yeah, you visit your temple, and the service can be provided for you. So primarily, you should know what you want to do with it before you leave Miletus.
Sure.
Um,
Okay.
But yeah. So I guess with that, it was kind of left at a point where we're going where it's a night, so everyone's kind of going to sleep and coming back and going from there, right?
Yep.
You said I'd be able to drop off my armor and get an upgrade.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that? And we can figure out price later.
Standard, really. It's not gonna.
Would it be just the price of full studded leather?
Yeah.
Sure, that's fair. All right, so
You
45
wanted.
gold.
Yeah.
But that, well, yeah, because I
So
wouldn't.
you're it in really. I would deduct like.
I mean, what would also make sense is if I was gonna sell my leather armor for half price, I would just get
Yeah, so that's
5
why
gold,
I
so
would
just 40 total.
5. Yeah.
Cool. Sounds fair. I will knock off 40 gold. And I will switch to studded leather.
So you all wake up in your individual areas. Poggles over at the Freak Temple. You three on the boat. Yes.
Yep, that's right.
And Acrius over at the Temple to Phaedax. And I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say anything, I guess. I was gonna say that I guess Acrius wakes up first because he would have heard the early morning. He would have definitely heard the early morning chanting and prayers done at the temple. But I don't know if I don't know if that's earlier than the rest of you. So I don't really know what time Canathos wakes up at. And I mentioned
Canathos is
he wakes
early
up-
riser. Probably not as early as Valtos, but
It says boat people are getting up early.
must rise.
having a pretty typical morning, I think.
Sure.
Probably the type of like on the early side and collects my things and start heading back to my friends who I forgot about.
Slow and steady.
Long rest though, right? Completed without.
Yes. You're in a safe city. You're in safe harbor. So you all complete a long rest. Give me importance, you got to. Yep, there you go. And yeah. So you wake up. Ugo walks over to Acrius at some point and is like, "So, your friends are coming back, I assume, right? They know that you were here, I assume."
I thought we were meeting back here.
Yeah,
but-
we did say player, and my character remembers that we said we meet there tomorrow, so we probably
Right.
finish our breakfast and then head over.
So
No.
I think we can just hang out until they show up. Do you have any progress on this thing? And I'll hold out my rune.
We'll wait until everyone's here. We'll go from there.
Would you like me to cook you breakfast, Ugo?
He looks at you. Can you cook breakfast?
Yes.
Are you lying to him?
Did you learn anything from me?
I probably think I can, but in reality I can't. So I don't know if you call that a lie.
He says, "Well, you can go into the kitchen and we can see what happens."
Okay. I like those words, and I'll head into the kitchen.
So while that happens, Poggles, you said you woke up and you're heading to where?
Yeah.
The boat, or
Wherever we said we would meet.
that's back with Ugo.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back to Ugo.
Then the boat boys.
Back to the temple.
Yeah.
I've changed
Okay.
my cloak to a nice grayish bluish color of the ocean behind me.
So, getting back to the temple's easy, considering how you know how to find it, and you know where it is. And you're not really met with any resistance because everyone kind of is expecting you. When you get in, Ugo's kind of sitting at the table in the front end of it, the restaurant end. And he kind of like motions forward as you walk in. He's like, hey, hi. It's gonna be a couple minutes. Your friend, the little one, said he would fix breakfast.
I'm gonna look to
Uh-oh.
Zelkos upon hearing.
He's tried to pay attention. He doesn't take it very well. I'll be. Direct me, please.
He kind of motions towards the smoke coming out of the kitchen.
I'm gonna run full speed and just immediately try to take over, but in a polite way, so Acris doesn't feel bad.
Zelkos, I'm cooking breakfast. Look at
Oh,
this.
Acris, well done. Here, let me just check your work. Yes. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Well, good work. Here, let's take care of some of this. Oh yeah. And I'll just be like doing that for the next 2 minutes. Try to salvage whatever he did.
I'm looking forward to breakfast. Can't be worse than my food in the army.
Oh, I imagined we had breakfast when we left the boat. At least I would have.
Oh, you managed for her? Okay.
As we're cooking, Zelkos,
Your reply canthos won't eat more.
Zelkos, I won 150 gold last night gambling, and then I bought an extremely expensive flank of some meat that I don't even know, and had a very expensive glass of wine that I don't even know what it was.
Wow. So you doubled your
delicious.
money, and I spent over half my money.
Doubled it and then spent 30 gold on a delicious meal.
I spent it upgrading this armor. Check it out. I'll show off all the extra padding.
I'll try to punch you and be like, oh yeah, it's very tough.
Yeah.
And then, all right, let's deliver our friends this breakfast.
All right. Come out the kitchen. Tell me about it. Tell me about what I'm looking at here.
Well, this is some sort of fruit dish, and then this one is some sort of meat, and then that is, I don't exactly know what that is. I don't think I would try that. And I'll put all of it on the table and be like, all right, guys, let me know what you think.
Imagine I don't think I would try that is what Zelkos is holding, and it looks the best out of all of the things.
Did Zelkos give us good berries this morning?
Yeah. Assume that every
medium
day,
one.
unless I say otherwise. That I also cooked us breakfast on the boat.
Oh, you cooked breakfast on the boat?
so
Yeah,
full.
I'll
That
have
good berry.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Yeah. Every
Delicious.
morning I hand out 5 good berries, 1 to each of y'all and 1 to our monkey.
True. Okay.
And I
Are we
cast
on now?
Frank. I
Which number
cast
is this?
9.
9. Yeah, I cast it every day after shortly after nightfall, or like late before I go to bed.
So Ugo kind of like looks at it, takes his fork, and he has a bit of it. And he's okay with it, I guess.
I'll see his disgust and be like, Zelkos, I told you cooked it too long. You kept it in there too long.
Yeah, did my best. I guess I came in too late. Didn't really know what you'd done so far.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'm sure this is better than what they have over at the Heliod temples. Am I right? He looks around for like a laugh. Am I right? No?
I'll laugh because
Okay.
I don't get the joke, but I'll laugh.
Yeah.
I think we have porridge
That guy,
at the
right?
Helios Temple. I will take this completely literally.
Yes. Okay.
It wasn't very.
They're no fun up there, let me tell you. Up on their hill.
We had this guy named
Okay.
Vianis. who, yeah, he was not having fun.
Oh, that was the new guy, right? I got reports of him. He's like young new guy.
Yeah, I'm sure the job will grind him down. Given that he can't even talk to Heliod, I'm not sure. Oh, that might be a plus, though.
You know, probably not really the nicest bunch.
Wonder how that guy became a Heliod priest. He doesn't exactly have the spine.
Some people just fall into it. You know, it's easy work. It's easy work. There's more Heliod temples than any others, and you just kind of walk in the front door, and they'll let anyone join. Basically, give anyone the miter. So he goes to bite down on more of the breakfast and
Uses a tooth,
forces a
perhaps?
swallow. He forces a swallow. Okay. So we're all here, right? He looks around, counts. Yep. Okay. So feel free to have some of this. He pushes some over. I insist, and I'm sure the two chefs will be happy too, right? Right?
Yes.
It doesn't look like anything Zelkos made before.
Yeah, my
Zelko's cooked for us this morning. We couldn't eat another bite.
Oh
Fair
well.
enough. More for me. Apoggles, do you want any of this?
I'm good. I ate at the temple.
Okay.
I'll kind of use my arms and like kind of push it all to myself and be like, okay, more from me. Start talking, Ugo, and then I'll start eating.
Well, I trust everyone. All of you had a insightful time yesterday. If you went to your respective temples or whatnot, houses of worship. I managed to uncover some information, I guess, that we could call it that. And hopefully we can get this little operation moving. So here's the deal. He kind of takes out a little bracelet, and a golden bracelet, and he hands it to Acrius. He says, "That is kind of like our masks. It should hopefully stop people from looking in, if that makes sense. It should hopefully stop scrying on you.
just
From the
scrying or
brand,
any.
so long as you put it on the brand.
So put this around the brand and it will stop the scrying spell? Was that what you're trying to tell me, Ugo?
Yes. You'll still ping, presumably, I think. But you won't... They won't be able to determine where you are. Does that make sense?
Not at all, and I'll look to the group to see if they understand what that means.
Like, they'll know he's alive, but just not where?
Yes. Bingo.
There you go, and I'll slap it on my wrist.
Looking good.
Why, thank you.
Another bite. Okay, so let's see here. You also asked to see if I could do anything about the happenings with Oreskos. Well, it's been a day. I can't really. I sent word out to see if I can have anyone help out with that one. So we'll hear back on that. But I did reach out on your behalf, on the behalf of all of Theros, and he kind of looks triumphant there. And then he says, "But those are hard wounds to mend between Akros and Oreskos. So we'll wait and see. And you wanted to know more about to see if I could find anything about House Kandos, correct? Kandos? Yeah, yes. He looks over the piece of paper. Am I saying that
Is
properly?
that an homage to the Kennedy
Xantos?
family?
Santos. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. He looks over. And he's like, someone gave me a bad writing utensil here. Xantos. There we go. Okay. Well, we have some agents in Adonos, and reaching out and contacting them, and they managed to tell us a bit about that house, if you care enough. They are a wealthy merchant and military branch, I guess, is the best way to put it. They basically deal with most of the mercantile missions, trading, etc. Anything mercantile, banking, holding on to people's money, usury, you name it. They basically have a cap on it within Adonos. They also, by association, produce pretty. Well, I would say they produce pretty admirable warriors, to the point where they employ both risen and living alike to essentially function as both a city guard as well as a mercenary force, as it were, that they loan out to the various factions of Theros. So they're sitting very pretty atop their proverbial throne. Any questions on that?
No.
But this doesn't seem like mercenary action we're dealing with. This feels like a bigger conspiracy.
Oh, if they have money, they might want power. Sorry, I slept weird on the ship last night.
That's the interesting thing here. So remember how I stated they're all about, or rather, they're one of the only houses, if the only house, who functions well and interacts well with the Risen of Adonis, correct? Well, the reason apparently is because they, the patriarch of the house is, well, he's a Risen.
That's unusual, right?
Yeah. Normally, Erebos doesn't take too kindly of that. But, for some reason, their patriarch seems to have he must either have a blessing from Erebos to do what he's doing, or B, protection from some other god, some other one of the pantheon to go about his business. He kind of like looks down at the food again. If I had to take a wild guess, if any one of the pantheon would offer protection to him, it would probably be he grabs some food, bites down, probably Phaenax, because, well, Phaenax's history with Erebos, this would be a big joke to him.
But Phaenax seems to have been disadvantaged from what happened. If we believe they're connected, then Phaenax is
Phoenix
this
did say
person
make
is
my mistake.
Phaenax.
Fix my mistake.
I'm sorry.
Phoenix did say fix my mistake.
So you think he trusted this man or worked with this man to sort of put a stick in Erebos' eye and was betrayed?
And yes, It was backstabbed. The god of backstabbing was backstabbed. I know it seems impossible.
Can't imagine. Well, it had to be something at that level in order to try and take his seat.
Yes. So there's one other thing that came up in my investigation here. There's a member of this family that is not currently within the city limits of Adonius. In
All
fact, this person of interest, is traveling to Miletus on some form of business excursion. I'm not saying that you might want to investigate this individual, kidnap them, interrogate them. I'm not saying any of that. But what I am saying is maybe they might know something, or at the very least, they might be able to help you gain access to some more information. But outside of that, that's what the people I have in Adonos were able to provide me.
And this person is on the way from Adonis to Miletus currently.
Yes, via ship.
Can you describe this person?
Where's the map?
Want the map?
This place. Well, I'll just look at the map. It's fine.
I mean,
You know the map.
If we
Continue,
can
sorry.
even meet this person, maybe we can convince them to help us, or just pretend to be them when we get back.
Ugo looks at you and he's like, "That's, you see, that right there. That's the ingenuity I'm looking for here."
And I transform into Ugo and say back in his voice, "Thank you."
Well, that's a good trick.
It shouldn't be terribly difficult to spot them. Most of their ships sail with the same sails. A dark navyish blue with well, it's kind of got golden bones on it. So you should be able to spot the ship at harbor when it comes in. Apparently, this journey took place, or rather, they set out couple of days ago. So I have a feeling they're either A, going to be in the harbor there soon, or B, they might already be here. Again, we just found out about this, well, late last night.
Also, do you have anyone who could draw pretty accurately these sails? Because if we don't want to engage them on land, we want to engage them on sea, we could always pretend to be their own faction and just change our sails to theirs, since we can do that quite easily.
Well, their crest is in the books, so they're a relatively old house of Adonos, so I'm sure, at the very least, so long as their crest didn't go under any significant changes, he kind of stomachs more food. I should hopefully mesh up.
Ugo, are they going to attack strangers such as ourselves on sight, or are they going to be open to conversation? You presumably know of this person.
So, while within their own city, I would imagine them to be significantly more aggressive. I mean, from what it's described to us, they basically run that city. But outside of the city, especially if they need to keep up a certain veneer, I imagine they can't just actively try and kill you. I imagine they must take a greater bit of tact. That being said, I would highly suggest you engage with some form of caution if you were to try and interact with them in any way. I would definitely not. He looks around. I would definitely not let anyone or encourage any of you to go around saying exactly what you're up to. That seems like a big mistake, and he says, I feel like that should go without saying, but he kind of looks down at Acreus. I just want to say it one more time. Discretion is probably a good idea here.
Yeah, we do sometimes get a little too honest. Also, we get a little too deceitful, but we'll lean towards the deceitful this time.
All right, Ugo. Thank you for this very pretty bracelet. And thank you for letting me use your kitchen to cook breakfast. And thank you for letting me sleep here. And I think we're gonna go now.
Well, that sounds good. Yeah, just get back to me with any updates you might have after this, meeting. He uses meeting in air quotes. And, hopefully, we can uncover what's going on.
I'll raise my hand. Question. If he becomes a hostile witness, do we have permission to do some bad things?
Kind of like looks at you. He's like, I mean, within city limits, I recommend you not murder people. But if you, I don't know, find a dark alley and make it look like it was a mugging gone wrong, then I'm sure no one would be the wiser.
All right. Thank you, Ugo.
I mean, I'm not condoning violence within. You can make it look like an accident. That's all I'm saying. Wink. Excuse me. I have to. I have to. I have to go to the little oracle's room. This is. Your breakfast is not sitting well with me.
I'll give a death stare to Zelkos like you fucking ruined the meal.
I shrug.
He kind of sees himself out.
All right, bye, Ugo. And I'll look to the group and say, all right, I think it's time we start sailing. Unless you guys have other stuff you need to do in this town.
I mean, they might be at the harbor already.
Wait, are they headed here?
Yeah.
Yes,
I'll be honest, I wasn't paying attention.
it's fair. If they're here, though, we
I'll
need
tell
to
you
find
what I
out.
remember. We're looking for a specific set of sails for a guy that Ugo knows. Is there anything I missed?
Be
Nope,
deceitful. Do not tell them what we are up to. And I say it
What
very
are
slowly.
we
Right.
up
You know
What
what?
are we up to?
Maybe it's best if you don't know and you just stay quiet.
If I don't know what we're up to, don't say anything. What if he talks to me?
Acreus, remember that role in the play that of the silent bodyguard in the back that looked super cool all the time and just didn't say anything?
Yes.
Can you just pretend you're him for the day?
What if he's insulting my friends?
Then you
You
can.
remember? No, I got this, Zevos. You remember that they insult your friends, and when nobody's looking, you deal with it.
Like just in unison.
All right. I can't promise if he insults your honor that I won't say something, but that's about it. If he starts being incredibly rude to you, I'm not keeping any promises. But until then, I will be the strong, silent bodyguard.
Wait, let's back up a second. Did Ugo describe this merchant to us?
Just
I
the
asked
sales.
that, and then yeah, sure.
He said that they were coming in with a certain set of sails.
No, like the individual himself.
No.
Okay.
I think we should ambush them at the harbor if at all possible. Interception on the high seas is a little.
Sus.
difficult.
I'd rather not fight the harbor guard, but
I'm sure the harbor guard will.
yes, and what will they do?
I mean, can't you
Yeah,
just
no.
you can send your monkey on board to look for any sort of paperwork or something, and we can go from there.
Before we get too into, just message Frank for the last like 10 minutes. I'm not feeling too well, so I think I'm gonna go to bed. So you guys can like play. I told Frank you could play as Poggles, but
I don't
I'm
think
just
we're gonna
like,
hit combat. So I
yeah.
don't think
Yeah,
too
yeah.
much.
You guys
combat.
can collectively RP as Poggles.
And you
And
can
All right,
always,
feel better.
yeah, definitely feel
Yeah.
better. You can always watch back later if you want to see what you
Yeah,
missed.
I'm not like sick. I'm just like overtired.
That's fair. Daylight savings time's a bitch.
Yeah. Alright, I will talk to you guys soon.
Later.
Later.
Bye.
Get some rest.
Will raise my hand to the group and say, I have another question. What if his boat is here and he's not on the boat?
Then we hang out nearby and watch for him.
What?
Yeah, he has to come back to the boat. He's not going to stay in Miletus.
Why wouldn't he stay in Miletus? We don't even know why he's here.
Merchant, you know why he's here.
I wasn't paying attention. I don't understand what this person is, and you guys refuse to tell me.
He is a representative from the family that we're looking for in Odunos, that we're looking to investigate in Odunos. And
Okay.
we might be able to persuade him very nicely to give us some information about what is going on there.
Why is he here?
We don't know.
Because he's a merchant. Like, he's trading. Like, he's come from... They sent him here with cargo to sell to the people of Miletus, and then he will go back to Odunos with the money.
Okay. So why don't you guys go to the ship, and I'll go to the merchants part of town and ask them if they've seen this strange person. And if they have, I will go tell you guys.
But you don't know what they look like.
Yeah.
Has done business with a strange person from Odunos.
I mean, do we
They
tell
might not
everyone where we're
trade.
from when we go buy and sell
I
things?
think it might be best if Zelkos is the one who takes that journey if we do that.
I mean,
But it was
I could
my
tr-
idea. I go with Zelkos.
I'm gonna look to Zelkos at this point.
I think I need a little more information before I take on this investigator role. I'd rather we go investigate the ship first and then go from there.
even though there'll be clues there.
Yeah.
I just feel like our resources are kind of being wasted if all of us go to an abandoned ship.
I mean, it'll have guards on it. It's a merchant ship.
Are we
Yeah,
going to?
don't worry. I don't think you need to worry about being bored at the ship.
Can't even talk.
What do you mean you can talk?
I was told by you, and you that I can't even talk.
Poggles kind
Us?
of points at himself and he shakes his head.
You can talk to us.
Yeah, just remember, I mean, the point Ugo made was that we should not make it clear what it is we're doing, that we're investigating them. And I worry that if you talk, you're going to tell the truth.
Okay. So can I go downstairs and gamble while you go have this conversation?
If you want, but I'd also rather you and your bow are there if something does happen.
We were told specifically not to fight on town.
Yeah, we were
ground.
told not to fight. That doesn't mean people aren't going to fight at us.
Yeah. Also, I like to think of those as suggestions.
Guidelines, really.
Okay. Let's go to this boat. Fuck it. Let's go to the boat.
All right, Baltos, let's go.
We're going down to the docks.
The docks.
Okay.
No documents this time, though.
Not yet.
True.
this. Wait. The fuck? Okay, that sucks.
What happened, boy?
My map didn't save, so let me see if I can quickly just kind of slap it on here. It shouldn't actually.
We can just RP it, unless you're really concerned.
You might need it. You might need this one.
We're gonna die.
Hmm. Rhymes with roll initiative.
Alright, so I just slapped it on here. I will probably keep adjusting it just to make sure everything fits while we keep going.
Charlie.
Charlie,
Are you guys
Charlie.
still doing?
Yes.
we are.
I was just here to listen. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Anytime.
Of course.
Stream's up if you want to see what we're seeing.
I'll just watch that and hop to a different channel then.
Beautiful map.
Like it.
These squares, they.
I didn't actually adjust it yet, so
It's fine.
Oh,
I'll
no. Like the lines are actually fucking. I don't care about the fucking piece going in the correct place. The lines actually make sense, which is wonderful.
so like I said, I'm gonna be adjusting this while I go, or on the fly a bit. So you all, also you should all have control of your character. You all go down to the dock, and I guess give me a perception check from any of you.
And Poggle's the most perceptive.
I gotta pull this.
We do need toggles in the
I should probably.
case.
I can pull up Poggle's as well.
got a +6, so you can just roll d20 +6.
Whew. Oh, that was L. What?
That was
me.
Ella Pop-
That was me clicking
Toggles.
toggles.
Oh, toggles. We're good.
Yeah.
21. It's on the
Okay.
books.
So 15 up. Everyone sees this. You all see a small ship at the docks here, or at the merchant docks here. That's flying the sails that you're looking for. A navy sails with like gold bones on it. Poggles Canathos Acreus. You all notice that this ship is very small compared to what you imagine a merchant ship to be. And as you kind of scan out to the horizon, you see a much larger ship with similar sails, kind of out of dock, and that this is very clearly a ship that they
A landing craft kind of thing.
yes, that they brought in.
I'm sure Valtos knows that already, but sort of looks like we gotta swim.
plan,
Ha, ha, ha.
squad? We want to find this person, or we want to steal this boat, or we want to just wait here?
I
Given
mean,
that the boat is here, they probably haven't finished their business in Miletus yet, right? Because
yeah. How sneaky is 9?
9 is not very sneaky.
I'm
Mm.
pretty
good boy.
sneaky. Easy to do.
We can make you much sneakier too if we had to.
This
What do I
thing
need to
get
do?
on the boat and start looking for just documents, papers.
Oh, what's the boat? Is it guarded, Frank? Are there people? Like, who the fuck is there?
Well, give me a perception. No, with your original perception. Hold on. I'm just trying to align this now.
Yeah,
There
it's
we
fine.
go. With the original perception, you can tell. With the original perception, you can see 2 guards standing next to the merchant craft, which this is the landing vessel here, the one I'm pinging. Let me grab them. Oh, we'll use these for now. Oh, I guess we're not using those for now. Use this guy. Use this guy. You see, like, 2 guys kind of standing guard by the merchant craft. And you see what looks like silhouettes out on the actual ship, like the larger one.
what do we see on the small one? We see the silhouettes on the larger one, but
2
You
guards.
see 2 kind of just standing there.
okay.
Well, we can either try to talk to the guards, which is probably a terrible idea because we'll raise suspicion. We can sneak on, or we can go try to find that merchant on the mainland.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of find the merchant.
Find the merchant is
Okay. Yeah, we're certainly outnumbered here, probably.
Do you want to leave one of us here to try to get a good look at him if need be? Because I think worst case, if we just know what he looks like, I can. Well, I guess I need to know what he sounds like too.
Who can we leave here? I mean, they have to be able to defend themselves and
And Poggle's very
blend.
perceptive and can just hop in the water in some way.
True. Poggles, will you be okay alone here?
Kind of like gives a thumbs up.
Right.
All right, so we're looking for a person we don't know. Does it look like the guards are wearing any sort of colored armor or something that we might be able to help, might be able to help identify?
They look like. So yeah, you can tell very clearly by looking at them that they're wearing some type of like mask over their on their helmet. To the point that I probably should put what they actually look like in chat.
And while we're all looking around, I say to Acarius, "Hey Acarius, we should maybe find an alley or something. I think instead of Acarius and Zelkos, this might be a job for Raylan of House Borvar and his son Roger of House Borvar."
Ah, yes, Roger. And I'll take a bow. And I say, I think I saw an alley over there.
Yeah, we go with this plan. We just head to the Mercantile District and scout around for folks with purple cloaks and golden bones.
Yeah.
The guards look like in Discord.
I also have over 200 gold, so I can flaunt some of that wealth if need be.
Sure. Or I can just have all this gold and I'll cast Minor Illusion and I have a pouch that looks like it's full of gold.
I'll grumble and say, Kathos and Baltos, what do you guys want to do while we go walk around?
Maybe we can split up and we can also walk around. I mean,
Yeah, I think more ground's better.
I'm gonna walk around and just start hammering detect magic and see if we get anything interesting.
And if you find them, can you send 9 to find us? Maybe 9 can sort of stay in the skies and try to keep an eye on both groups.
yeah, that's is 9 capable of that level of independence?
I don't know.
They might shoot
Maybe.
9. I don't know if we want a flying monkey flying around randomly. They might shoot him.
We'll shoot. Maybe actually.
Maybe we should just stick 9 on Canathos like we have been.
Sure, and then 9. Well, I'm just trying to think. If I don't get a chance to meet this individual and hear them talk, I'd have a rough time pretending to be them. Not that that's
Yeah.
their primary goal, but I think it's a good secondary goal.
I mean, if we can, we're gonna grab him and interrogate him. But
True. All right. Well,
All right.
a time like the present.
All right, let's head into town then.
And break. All right. Zeltos, what's my name? Zelkos, what's my name? Roger?
We've been over this. You're Roger of House Borvar. Remember, about 5 feet tall, short blonde hair. You got that purple tunic similar to that purple robe I've got, and I'm very tall with blonde hair.
Roger. Okay. And I'll start working on my human impression while we look for some suspicious looking individuals.
Yeah, we're gonna look for a place to duck out of sight and cast disguise self on ourselves.
Sure. Okay. So that's no real issue between the two of you and knowing the relative layout of the dockside area of the city. You've no real issue. You're able to find a secluded spot for that. So you two are going to go try and pull a fast one. Canathos Voltos, you were standing here slamming detect magic.
well, walking around.
Yeah, I'm just
The
with
docs.
them. I'm not using my own. Just
And Poggles is kind of lying in wait, Gilly in the mist. In the
exactly
woods.
lurking.
Makes sense. Good use of the turtle. So let's do Canathos and Voltos, or not Canathos and Voltos, because I feel like this might result in. I feel like the other way, with your disguised self and the plan you're going with, might result in. Yeah, like role play.
You do them first. I'm gonna be right back, Frank. Just to do those two first.
So yeah, if you're walking around the docks and like slamming detect magic, just kind of like walking around, pacing, trying to seem as normal and human as possible.
Yes, very human.
Yep, you are very normal, very normal. I have to do some snapping to corners. Ooh, right when you get about there. Ooh. Red alert. Red alert. You detect some magic. It's not that rock.
It's a rock. It does look like a rock.
It's like some crates on dock, as well as some crates on the ship.
What about the two individuals? Or one of the individuals, since I can't get close enough to the other.
I don't know if these people count as being magic.
That's interesting.
I'm gonna go with the no. They're not magic. I'm gonna go with the no. They are not magic because they're a race on this plane, so they're not magic. Do you want to give a perception being closer? Now that you are closer to them and just kind of like eyeing out into the sea, they are looking right at you. Like they're eyeing you up because you're very clearly just kind of standing at the edge of the dock.
Get a little
Yeah,
perception
they're,
check, and then we're gonna walk off. As you do.
Sure. Yeah, they're risen, which you can tell when you're that close. They look rather somewhat gaunt in nature, and also well, they just look it. So they're not really magic because they're a legitimate race, and there's no magic that's keeping them alive. It's just kind of the plane itself. But yeah, you detect magic in those areas. The school, for what it's worth, is a variety of it. You ping, or you get pings of illusion, abjuration, and conjuration. So good.
Yeah.
Just gonna keep doing your rounds.
We go over here, pretend to haggle at whatever this tent is over here. As normal. And we walk into town a little bit.
You're picking up other like magical pings, but it's nothing really from the ship. It's very clearly just random people with their magical necklaces and whatnot. But the only magical items that you find suspicious that you found thus far were primarily by that ship.
Frank, what do I think of these guards when I see them?
Well, they're dressed in armor, so they are dressed in what looks like house armor. Very clearly, it's a uniform.
Okay.
It doesn't look like any military uniform you've seen, and you've seen a lot. So what you can assume is this is like local smith crafted the armor for this house guard, and that's pretty much what you can define.
Okay. And what are they armed with?
Swords.
Okay.
Swords and shield. They have like a shield kind of at their side and small like gladius. It looked like for Voltos, I guess your perception check would have picked this up. It looked like there were also like either like spears or whatnot, like some type of javelin, spear, what have you, in the ship. It did not look like spears used for fishing. So they're fairly well armed. Anything else you want to do with them?
No, that was good to I want to size them up a bit, like just in case it comes to it. But...
Yeah, we're also gonna be very, very what's the word I'm looking for? Attentive to noises of our two other friends in the town.
Looking if there's a commotion.
Yeah. We'll be running and
Sure.
deal with the problem.
Okay, so you two, Acrius and Zelkos, let's go over the plan. What do you want to do?
So,
what are you doing?
all right. So we are going to walk around looking like our entitled noble selves with remember, head up high, chin up high. Don't make eye contact with any of the lower class individuals. If we see anyone dressed fancily, especially wearing, the purples and any sort of gold icons, especially bones, we will maybe strike them up in conversation and ask maybe what their business is. Trying to come up with what are we salesmen of? I guess we can be salesmen of lumber, considering we can say that we worked with what was that organization called? Remember those sailors we saved? What was their name?
Sailors we saved?
Yeah.
The guys that had a ship full of lumber that we towed back.
Oh,
to,
like from the trading company. Yeah.
what was the name of the other harbor?
Data.
Yep, that one.
Data Harbor. Yeah.
Why don't we make up something?
We could.
What
I just
favorite
have,
wine? We are wine. We own a winery or a vineyard.
but I don't know
Boom.
anything. I don't know much about wine.
What
What
do you
if
know about lumber and fucking wood?
It's true. We're spice merchants.
Spice merchants, yes. Spice merchants, yes.
All right. All right. Let's do it. You're my son. I'm trying to get you in the business. Trying to get you to learn how to deal with the local merchants and maybe meet other contacts, other nobles. But you're quite quiet. Remember?
Yes, quiet, noble, yes.
All right. And so yeah, we're essentially keeping our eye out, looking for noble-looking folk who we can strike up in conversation. And I'm gonna ready another one of those pouches of spices in case I need to be like, oh, here, try a sample.
Oh, yes, try sampling.
Yeah,
Just a
spices.
bit, just a bit. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna need perceptions from both of you, just so I can figure out exactly.
Yes, 5.
My like last, I think of the last like 20 perception rolls I've made, maybe 2 have been good.
It's not looking too good on
Selkos
your
is just
perception.
Selkos is starting to canonically just be very easily distracted.
How does it feel, Alex? How does it feel?
Dude, I'll take it.
He's on our history
Get it,
checks.
like the
What the fuck are you
biggest
talking about?
forward.
Yes. Well, sorry, Alex, tell me once and I'll keep it to memory. I'm Roger and you are who? What's your first name?
I'm Raylan of House Borovar.
If we can't find any of these, people we're looking for, I'm just gonna go ask that merchant over there if he's seen anyone dressed like those guys over there.
Of course, after about 50 minutes or so, you'll probably want to take advantage of your spell. I know you have some limits on your spell casting
15 minutes.
capabilities.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Frank, anyone?
So here's how this is gonna go. We're gonna go like this. Let me move you guys over here. Okay.
What is happening in the Northeast?
Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about that.
Just chill. Okay. You should have control over your characters. We're going to say that over here, where I'm pinging all the way to the west, is where the docks are. Okay?
We're
So
coming
if
over here.
you're walking down this way, from there you will get to this area
Did you ping again?
over here. So if you come from walking from that direction, you will get to the map.
Oh, yeah. So we'll enter from there.
This is where Valtos and I are, right? I don't have a token here, but
It's over on the east side,
I'll move it.
northeast.
It's on the roof.
scroll up there.
There it is.
Thank you.
We're somewhere that way, just
Yeah.
nonchalantly conversing.
You said you were watching, so
Listening more than watching, I suppose, given...
You're
I thought we were
observing.
dividing and conquering.
Well, like, we're over here, just not moving in.
They're listening to hear fucking battles, Alex, or like screaming.
Yeah.
They're not like coming into here. They were hanging out over there listening for us to get into a battle.
If the guards run past us into the town, maybe we follow them to see what they're doing. That kind of thing.
Okay. So just from like skulking out this part of the town prior, you like it's a general like city center to some extent. you got people who are like peddling wares and such over in the, I guess the town square as it is, the well area. Hence all of the stupid little people that I'm now moving around over. And like, there's people in alleyways and such. So, how we're gonna do this is give me, I guess, your passive perceptions as well as one general perception check, which I guess I already got your general perceptions. So give me your passive perceptions as well, and then I will let you know on like if you see anything suspicious or if you hear anything suspicious.
Types. Yes, Raylan, let us find some, yes.
So when you're coming to the point you're currently at, you can hear people kind of. Acrius will hear people. Actually, no, you'll both hear people with your passive, kind of talking about how you hear two people talking back and forth. One of them says, "That merchant from Adonos is back. He's you know the one who brought brought all those magical items with him last time. The gets in real close and starts whispering to to the other person. The roll me a perception for this one.
Oh!
You don't hear what he says.
I'll go up to the merchant and say, good sirs. I'm looking for a particular merchant from Odonos. I have to give him something. Have you seen him nearby? My father here and we need to give him something.
And I will say, yes, his crest looks like this, and I will like very flashily cast some magic to cast minor illusion and sort of make a floating, waving banner with their symbol about like 3 inches by 3 inches.
Oh, well, you're looking for the merchant from House Xantos, then, yes?
Of course.
Well, he's usually. He looks around. He's usually in town already. He's probably going to be heading into Miletus proper to peddle his wares. But I'm sure he's meeting with his contacts around here. I haven't seen him since earlier this morning, though. Kind of like chuckles a bit. But you can never miss those Xantos guards, that's for sure. They stick out like a sore thumb.
Do you mind
Very
describing them?
Kind of like looks at you and says, I mean, how have you not? Is this your first time doing business with with House Xantos then?
Well, we've been sent to work with them. We know that they're very wealthy, very skilled merchants, and certainly benefit from working with our house. But no, I myself have not had the pleasure.
And what is your house?
Yes. How rude of me. I am Raylan of House Bovar. This is my son Roger, who will be taking over for me one day. We are spice merchants.
Greetings, yes.
I see.
And you are?
I am Gelt is my family name, and that's all I shall be providing you with. I deal with common things that come in and out of harbor here. I kind of, you know, someone of your stature must know the finer ways of, moving money around. Yes,
Of course.
I'm very adept at doing that. If you're ever in the need of someone to help move your money around and keep it relatively safe when coming in and out of harbor, you know, guarding it from such customs checkpoints, I keep me in mind. I stay around this part of town, so it would be very hard to not find me. And those of us, many people in the area know that I know of me and know of my business. So you take care. I'm sure the good man of House Xantos would find your particular. What, I'm sorry. What did you do again? Wine,
Spices.
spices. Yes, I'm sure he'll find your spices to be the most acceptable. I'm sure he'll willingly trade a vast fortune for them. His companion lets out like a slight chuckle and like jabs him a bit, like elbows him, and he says, "Right, I must be going then. Take care then." And they kind
Well,
of.
thank you, Mr. Gelt. Do we get a sense that he was honest about not knowing where this guy went off to and just saw him in the morning, or do we think he's bullshitting us?
Give me that. Give me that insight.
And I'll quickly sort of lean over to Zelkos as we take a few steps away and say, was he on the up and up? Do you think he's hiding information?
You believe that he was hiding information from you.
Because I think we should tail him. What do you think?
I think we should not waste our time with him. He is a liar. He will not tell us the truth.
Well, he will if I make him. Let's go. You're the tracker.
Okay, I will attempt to track this lad. I don't even know if we have to. He's probably 5 inches in front of us, but I can if you want.
They're not really taking much effort in hiding themselves. They just kind of walk down here and then they turn this way.
We followed him.
Yeah, let's go.
Good sirs, one more question.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna hide behind the corner.
Turn around. What is? Yes, I thought we were through.
Oh, they're walking together. It's not just one of the guys leaving.
Yes.
Thought I had one more question.
Are things pretty like lively? Like a lot going on?
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. It's pretty. Imagine more people. I'm not putting more down.
Sure. How nervous should I be about casting a spell in the middle of this crowded place? Do I think a lot of people would notice?
What type of spell are we talking?
One on my flute.
Pretty noisy.
Okay, I'm just gonna. I'll just keep going with it. I'll say, I couldn't help but notice a little bit of hesitation in your voice when you said you hadn't seen our friend from Odunos, and many years as a merchant have told me that it's been a sign of something hidden. I was wondering if and I'll sort of like toss my coin purse up and down. If there's anything you maybe forgot to tell us.
And you're casting?
No, not casting anything.
Okay.
I'm just trying to. I'm just tossing a big bag of coins up and down.
Forgot to tell you. Well, let me think. He kind of like looks over at his companion. No, I don't think I forgot to tell you anything. I think you should try and peddle your wares elsewhere. I don't think, in all honesty, I don't think the good man from Adunos will really much care for your spices. I'm sorry if I led you to believe so before, but it might be for your best interest to not pursue further.
Fair enough. I'm gonna turn the corner and sort of pretend to stumble over once I'm out of sight of them, and I'm gonna get up and be an old man wearing a dark black cloak when I come up.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna turn the corner and start following after them very slowly. So this all happens in like the next 20 seconds.
Sure.
And I sort of like nudge Acris as I walk by him.
Yes, father.
And I guess I'll say in Sylvan quietly, "Hey, it's me," and then sort of track
Are
these
we
folks.
breaking the... What are we doing?
I'll say, "Oh, hello, child. I'm sorry if I got in your way. It's hard to see children like you sometimes."
We run into a dark area, Frank, and shift back.
All right, that would probably be where Alex transformed.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna track these guys as best I can.
Yep. Do that as well. I don't know if I
And
have to roll for that, but
I'm gonna like sneak around so they don't realize I'm tailing them as best I can. But I'd rather get noticed than lose them.
Sure.
Kraken, I'm gonna say I think we have to intimidate them a little bit. I have an idea, but let me go second. You go first.
I mean, just don't lose sight of them.
Yeah, I mean well, I can make checks if you want, but we're gonna try and track them.
Okay. Well, it's not really hard to track them because you didn't really lose a beat on. If you just kind of like passively watched as they were walking, you saw them walk this way and then turn down here, where they're over here. And they're about to head up these steps. That's what these are, steps.
Ah.
And kind of go up towards the a building up here. So, were you going to interrupt them at any point?
If and only if like we somehow end up all in a quiet place, or like
There's no one around.
there's no one around us. All right, I'm gonna bust out my pan flute and I'm gonna cast Charm Person at 2nd level, targeting both of them.
Okay.
So they both have disadvantage on their saving throws.
They fail. I don't think there's any way they can pass it. I will try, but
It's DC 16, so they could, but with disadvantage, it's...
they have to basically roll a 16.
Mm-hmm. Sweet. All right, and I'll have them turn. Well, I'll say, "Oh, my friends, hello there. I'm looking for a merchant from Odunos. I was told that you two would be able to give me all the information I needed, my good friends."
Yes. Well, of course, it's good to see you again. Please, what do you need to know?
Well, I seem to have forgotten their name, what they look like, where they're going. It's just, you know how it is in old age. I could just use the old recap. So, Mr. Gelt, and I've already forgot your name. If you don't mind, just give me all the information, and we can go about our merry ways.
Yes, well, the man's name is Patru Xantos.
Ah, of course, Patcher. And do you know what do you remember what he looks like? What he's doing here? Where he's going? Where he is now?
Oh, well, he is... Well, he's here to bring his family's wares to sell to the city. And he's wearing his typical family garb. It's more of a dark blue and gray with a bit of gold lining around it, around his standard wear.
And do you know where he is now, or where he was headed to?
Well, yes, we were going to meet him.
Ah, of course we were. And remind me, before we get there, where was that again?
Oh, well, it's right up in this building. He's waiting to meet with the various distributors.
Or do I notice any like signs or anything indicating what this building is?
Nope.
I'll ask them. Who owns this building again?
Oh well, this is owned by the local. This building is currently owned by the local harbor master. He lets us meet here.
Of course, of course. Um, All right. Well, don't let me hold you. I'll catch up. Come, let's go.
Yes, I'm sure he'll have perfect. I'm sure he'll have very extravagant wares, much like last time.
Yes, we're hoping to buy, and I'm gonna follow them in, and
As I have.
I'll say to Acreus and in Sylvan, in sort of like the same voice. Well, it's good that a rich demon is here to go shopping as well.
It would appear we have 1 hour before things get scary.
Why is that?
Well, after your enchantment ends, aren't they going to be quite angry?
Um, yes, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Chicken boy, and then let's go.
And I'll turn back to see if any of my friends are tailing us.
So you see the building they go into.
Oh, I'm trying to stay like pretty close to them if I can, just so that we don't miss any like secret passwords or anything.
Yeah, that's my good call.
Sure. So you get up to the door, and they knock on the door, and the door slightly opens, and the guy kind of like looks at them and says, "Speaking," and the man says, "Gelt, Gelt, and my +1."
Gil, I thought you said were allowed to bring 3 companions today.
Oh, my miss. Yes, I believe I was allowed to bring 3 companions. He kind of looks up at the. He kind of like looks up at the guard. I believe that's. I believe that was fair. I recall correctly. That's what. That's what Lord Xantos said. Yes. And the guard kind of like looks at him and says, gonna have gonna have to clear that one with the boss first."
Of course, I know we only want the most selective clients here, but don't you worry, me and my little friend here, and I'll pat Acreus on the shoulder, are quite ready to spend our coin.
Right. Well, the problem with that is we don't always invite. We don't. I'm gonna have to clear this one with the boss.
Of course, no,
This.
please do. I don't want you getting in trouble. This is look, it's people like you who make these businesses and these circles really function. So thank you for your service. You do whatever you need to. We'll wait here. We'll head on in. That's thank you.
Right. All right. Give me a bit.
Of course. I'm looking around for other people in the room who I can turn into if I need to.
I'm gonna go. I tell Zelkos, I'm gonna go lockpick that door.
Sure.
I'm gonna go
Just
up
picked
to
a
once you.
just a random door in the building, or are we outside?
We're outside, and the guard said, "I'm gonna go talk to the."
I thought we were
the
like
head
in a
honcho."
foyer or something. That makes more sense.
Maybe we are. Frank,
No,
are we
I'm gonna
outside?
transfer you over the map in a second.
Oh, sorry, Alex. You're right. I thought we were completely outside. That's my bad.
Yes, I figured we were in some like foyer, and I'm trying to like frantically look around and look for alibis, outs, other people to transform into, whatever.
No. So here, the door is this pink, like rectangle in front of you, or this is the door that you were taken to.
Mhm.
Okay.
Actually, no. I'm sorry. I lined this up wrong. This is the door. This is the door you were taken to.
And so, did we see any other windows and doors on our way here?
They were all very high.
Nice.
So each one of these silverish lines here
Mhm.
is a window, but they're all very high up.
Okay, cool. It's like a 2-story building.
Yes.
Cool.
I'm gonna listen to hear if the guard is still right here or he's still off getting the head honcho. Frank, is he here?
Give me perception.
Right.
He is not there.
I go. I'm unlocking this door.
There's 2 other dudes right next to us.
Yeah, they
Oh,
they will
what?
be right. Yeah.
Wait,
me
sorry.
put-
There are people guarding this door.
Well, there's our charmed companions, unless they got let in.
No,
Oh,
they're
I
still
thought.
here.
Oh, I thought they got let in, and then it was
No,
like, no,
because he
no,
was
you two
like,
have.
oh, it's me and my +1, and I was like, no, there's 4 of us, and he's like, oh yeah, whoops, duh, there's 4 of us, and then the guard's like, oh, I'll have to take care of that. I'm like, yeah, please do, which maybe was a throw, but
I will wait then. I will wait with our friends.
So after some time, some heart pounding time, the door's opened, and the guard's standing there, and he looks over to Gelt and he says, all right. You lose your +1. She doesn't spend any money here anyway. They can come in, because apparently they're spending money.
so
And
Yes, sir. Salute him.
Gelt looks over at his +1 and says, "Sorry, honey. I'll have to see you back at home. I know how much you love seeing the good Lord Xantos, but." And she kind of responds and says, "Oh well, it's fine. I'm sure he'll be back in a couple months anyway. What a charmer, that man!" And she kind of walks off and dies, disappears.
What?
She disappears. There's the guard. So then the guard says, "All right, well, come on in."
Thank you.
sort of old man walk in.
What a beautiful place you have here.
It's a warehouse.
Awkwardly just silent.
You kind of see like a weird assortment of Roll20 figures that I'm just going to put around here because I'm not making customized tokens for one-offs. Yeah, you see 5 people, and Gelt kind of like walks up and starts mingling around this group of boxes that everyone's just kind of congregating around.
I'll
wander around while we wait for the guy. I'm just gonna wander around the perimeter of the room to see if I see anything funny.
I'll be a few steps back, sort of just like, standing by the tail, leaning over, and I'm avidly listening to each of the people and like watching their mannerisms, body language, everything, just trying to learn who these people are and what they're about.
Yeah, so I mean, from what you can pick up from the conversation, they're all a bunch of merchants and swindlers from Miletus. They, or at least they sound as if they are. Seems like a lot of them have been dealing with illegal trading in Miletus and trying to smuggle contraband and such through customs and the like. And they're all very excited. It sounds like this is like one of the best times of the year for them. And one of them says, one of them starts exclaiming, "I wonder what he's brought this time. After all, the last time I was able to buy a small house for my mother and just shove her there and leave her So that's I'm all about making a small fortune again. That's for sure. And then a gruff guy kind of says, "Look, so long as you stay to your part of town and you sell your wares in your part of town, don't come into mine, everything will be fine." Then Gelt kind of like steps up and he says, "Everyone, please, please, uh, I'm sure there'll be enough to go around for everyone, and I'm sure everyone here will be able to make as much money as they have, and will make twice as much as they did last time. I'm sure of that. After all, he never disappoints with what he brings back from me." And they kind of like keep going on and on about these magical items that he's bringing in.
Yeah, I just keep noting any interesting mannerisms, any names, anything that I could pretend to be in a pinch.
Sure, sure. What are Canatos and Baltos doing?
We're outside
Kind of
listening for
camped
screaming.
outside,
Yeah.
seeing if anyone starts screaming, we're gonna go in.
Okay. Acrius, you don't really pick up on anything, but the guard kind of like keeps eyeing you up and down. And as you like circle around him once, he says, "You might want to consider calming down a bit.
That's
Best
a
not
good
to
idea.
be jumpy around the balls."
Sure, and I'll salute him and go find a crate to sit on and just kind of kick my legs around. La 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 la.
Sure. Uh, so after a brief period of time, you hear, or you see a guy come from this back room over here. And the two of you notice that he looks like a guard, looks like one of the guards that was on the dock. And he says, presenting the good lord Patru Xantos. And whoops. I hold down Alt, these tokens get large.
I like to think that the character said whoops and fucked them.
No. Whoops. Two more guards file out. And then this guy kind of comes out from the door.
Do we get a picture of him?
Yeah.
Neat.
That's him.
I'm gonna assume he
Kinda
looks
like-
undead.
Yes,
Cool.
very clearly looks undead, as well as all of his other guards. He kind of like walks out. His guards kind of follow after him. And he lines up here looking at all of you. Then he looks out and he says, takes out a piece of paper. "Thank you all for coming. Hopefully this time we will have a beautiful, bountiful relationship as we do always, and we will be able to peddle our wares in the most legal," everyone lets out a laugh, "means possible here in the great city of Meletis. Signed, Volkmarishan Xantos." And then he puts the scroll away. He says, "My father sends his best regards to all of you." And he follows it up by saying, "A pity that he couldn't be here this time himself, but you'll have to settle for me. I hope none of you mind. and they all kind of like give a here. Now, I'm sure all of you are wondering what we've brought back this time, and let me just say, it is the finest thing wares we've stolen from them. Let me tell you. He kind of like nudges to one of the guards, and he walks over to one of these crates and pops it open, and pulls out a bow. And one of these people like looks at it and is like, "That's the craftsmanship on that. That's marvelous." Acreus, give me perception.
Is it the bow that we left, that we sold?
20.
Acreus, you recognize this. You recognize this not because you sold the bow, but you recognize this because this bears distinct markings of being a bow from the underworld. And then the guard kind of files back in line. Yes, all of this is available for purchase by the crateful. And as you can see, he kind of like motions around. We have a lot of crates. So, let's start with a bit of bidding here in order to, establish ourselves. Who's going to be walking home with the largest amount of my merchandise? Is that all good with everyone, or are there any questions? We're going to go with standard rules, so I'm just going to point at a crate, and you're going to, just start showering us with money.
Wait, can I take a second look at that bow?
Kind of like looks at you. Who are you?
I am Acreus.
He looks around. I don't remember you being on the invite list.
I am that guy, and I'll point to Geld. Did you say, Frank? Geld?
Gelt.
I am Gelt's +1, and I come with a lot of money.
He kind of like looks at Gelt, and Gelt like nods. He's with me. Well, Acreus, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Please, by all means, go inspect the wares. The guard shuffles over and pulls out another bit, and hands it over to you for you to look over.
What did you hand me? A bow or just something random?
He hands you a bow.
Okay. Does it... When I'm this close, do I notice anything strange about it? Is it pulsing? Is it, like, colorful? Is, like, what's going on with the bow?
Got, like, stars affixed in it. It's really weird.
I'll go, oh, yes, okay. Thank you. Carry on, because I'm not going to do anything crazy, but...
Right. Well, as you can see, Acreus here has just verified the quality of these. So, let's just go down the line, and let's just start unloading my wares. And he starts pointing at boxes, and they all start just shouting payments.
I'll shout some number. Like, whenever someone shouts the first number, I'll shout a second number, and then I'll chill for a bit so I don't actually end up buying anything.
Sure.
What's the first number we hear? Does it start at, like, 50 gold, or does it start at, like...
Starts at 100.
Okay.
And it keeps going up, and a lot of these are getting pretty high. And this goes on for a fair while. A fair while. There's a lot of crates.
Let me know if we are hitting, like, the 50-ish minute mark on my spell. Plural.
Sure.
Because I have not refreshed my disguise self either.
Sure. Okay. So this keeps going on, and after a period of time, he kind of like motions to Acreus, and he says, weren't you planning on buying anything? I thought, didn't Gelt say you had brought a fair bit of coin. I feel like
I did
like-
bring a lot of coin. I brought, and I'll say some number I had. 200, over 200 gold.
he kind of like looks at you, and then he looks at Gelt and he says, 200,000?
I only have 200 gold on me.
Kind of like looks around, and the room kind of goes quiet a bit.
Is that not a lot of money? How much money do you have on you?
He looks around at the various crates, and after the period of time of people just bidding, well, my first crate sold for 800, so I have at least 800 just on me right now.
No. I wasn't really interested in buying an entire crate.
So just a couple,
Yeah.
a select few, perhaps some of the finer wares.
Yeah, I wasn't interested in buying an entire crate.
Hmm. Well, perhaps if you're looking for more specialized items, we might be able to meet in private then, yeah?
Yes, and I will insight check to see if he's trying to murder me.
He's telling me, he's like,
Okay, I will say yes.
okay. Says, well, after the mass auctions are done. And he kind of goes back to doing what was doing before. This goes on for like another 30 minutes. At this point in time, I'm gonna warn Zelthos.
Yeah, so I've been definitely like faking some of the bids in there. As far as I know, is the front door locked?
Guard standing in front of it.
But did he lock it?
Not to your knowledge. You didn't see him.
Okay. After another 5, does it look like we're like just barely getting started? Like this is gonna be a couple hours of.
No, it's winding down, but also Acrius now has a commitment.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna say to the guard. Excuse me. Not feeling well. I'm gonna get some fresh air. I'll be back in a moment if you don't mind.
He looks at you and he says, knock 3 times.
Thank you. I'll head out. I'm gonna look around for my friends.
I
I
mean,
see some old guy leave that thing. I don't know who the fuck he is.
I was actually paying attention and saw Zelkos turn into that old guy after he turned into the. Nope.
So I'm gonna look for a moment of quiet, refresh this spell at least, and then go. Oh, hello, Mr. Sailor. I have maybe potentially cast a spell on someone in there that's gonna end in a few minutes, and Acrius made a deal to stay after to have a one-on-one conversation with Lord Patruzantos, the smuggler of stolen goods, who is currently selling his goods to a bunch of, smugglers.
So are the smugglers leaving soon? Because we could just wait till they leave and then
It
bust in there.
felt like things were winding down. I can get back in there if I knock 3 times. Couple of problems. I mean, I just refreshed my disguised self, as I call it. I believe it lasts for about an hour. But I charmed one of the individuals in there, one of the individuals that left, and that spell is only going to last for, I don't know, maybe 10 or 20 more minutes. And after that, they'll know that this old man cast a spell on them. So maybe Acrius will be able to go free. Maybe not. But I'm not going back in there.
So you want to bust in there and start smashing heads, or
No, I
Maybe
think
we can bluff our way out of this. Maybe.
we just let Acreus get some intel, and then we look for a chance to sneak in after the smugglers leave. I think. Look, there's 4 guards in there. It's not gonna be an easy
hold
fight.
on. I can get all of us in there. How about I just turn myself and Kanathos invisible? You knock 3 times, we go inside, and then we jump everybody.
I'm just worried about my spell ending and them saying, "Hey, that man over there charmed me," and now we're fighting. Oh, I don't know, 11 people.
Hmm.
We're worried about Acreus in there on his own. This was the man you had to tell about discretion 4 times.
He's a surprisingly good talker. I mean, if we put just 7 up on one of those crates over there, he can keep an eye out through 9. Sorry, keep an eye out through the window and just make sure Acreus is okay, and then he'll tell us if we need to bust through the door.
At the windows?
Yeah. I mean, you can fly, right?
Just use the remaining time of your charm to have that guy that you charmed come outside, and we'll mug him.
Yeah. No, I like that. All right. Good call. I'm going in. I'm gonna head over and knock 3 times.
Is that Baltos?
I didn't.
And then I'm gonna sort of come up behind Mr. Gelt. And at one point I'll whisper and I'll say, "Hey, I have some. There's a very, very special deal for you around the corner. You probably want to take care of it. They're gonna head out in the next 3 minutes, so take it or leave it. But I'll hold your spot. Let me know if you need me to keep bidding on anything for you."
Ooh. I do. And he walks. He says, "Excuse me, I have a." As he walks out, he says, "Pardon me, Lord Santos. I have a prior engagement I must get to. I'll see you next time. Just have my just put my crates to the side, and I'll have my men come by and pick them up later." And Lord Santos says, "Of course, Gelt. Good to see you. I'll send your regards to my father." And he walks out.
Oh, also I missed writing it down. Frank, what was the name on the note that was read aloud?
I will type it.
Thanks. Because I'm assuming that's his
I
father.
hear this guy coming out. I'm whispering to 9. I'm like, all right, you know the plan, right? You jump on his face, and I'm gonna hit him.
Just wait till it gets to the corner, though.
He walks out and happy. Money.
All right, Frank, I'm trying to knock him out. So, would that be an unarmed strike, or can I do it with the sword, like the flat of the sword, the hilt of the
Dude,
sword?
what the hell? I'm fine with that.
So, 9 is gonna jump on his face, and I am going to take a swing with advantage. Oh, yikes!
He is just a regular smuggler.
Civilian.
You're dead.
He's a civilian.
He would need a +3 dex to dodge you. You're unless he's wearing armor.
No, he's a civilian.
I've knocked him out.
Yeah, you knock him out like immediately.
I have rope on me. We're gagging this sucker, putting him in this crate that's on the corner, looting all his gold. He came into the bid. He's got to have money.
That's true. All right.
How much money he's got, Frank?
Left on him?
Yeah.
All right.
This is 800 gold a crate, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing a couple of D100 rolls.
But then I turn to Baltos and say, we should check with Zelkos, but maybe we can pick up his packages.
Hmm.
mean, have y'all been
I believe-
eavesdropping on any of this, or have they been unable to hear what's going on inside?
Really, we were just
This
looking
is
for
when I
loud.
fucking ruin the campaign by just giving you a huge amount of money, and it's gonna bother the shit out of me. But we're gonna see what happens. You guys got it fair and square. You get 1,112.
All I
am going
do
to make
is
Canethus
social
carry this gold, 'cause,
interactions.
Those what?
You're
Carry.
carrying this, by the way,
Yeah.
because I can't.
Write it down.
So
Tracer?
what? 1,100 what?
1,112.
All right.
Frank, I built my entire character around social interactions. I need this.
Alex, I love social interactions. My normal groups that I play with hate the fact that I love them because I prioritize doing social stuff over doing anything else because I find it great.
Yeah,
fun.
no, like this session was great. We didn't fight anything, but this is
Yeah.
I'm having a blast.
That is about to change rapidly, by the way.
What? Thanatos about to make the bluff of his life.
Put a net over this guy because you put him in rope.
Put him in rope, gagged him in that crate.
Yeah, he's.
Also, Frank, before I put him in the crate, being a noble and knowing of nobility, I looked to see if he has a signet ring.
He does not.
Does he have any sort of thing, like a crest, anything I can see as an identifier if I wish to pose as one of his men?
Also, does he have any magic items?
He does not have any magic items.
Okay.
He does have like a patch, I guess,
Sure.
like a little like brooch, if you will.
I'm gonna take that.
Clasp his cloak on. Okay. It's jeweled, so add another 200 gold. When you go to sell it, anyway.
I suspect selling that'll get us in trouble, actually.
Probably.
Not
I
if
don't
we
think
sell
I'm
it in
selling it.
another town.
Okay. So, what happens?
We're
What are you
chilling
doing
outside.
next? Say again?
We're chilling outside, waiting for this to
Okay.
wind down. The smugglers should leave.
What are you planning on doing next? Because it's 10:18. If you're planning on doing combat stuff, I'm gonna probably.
Trying to avoid combat. So I think I don't want to speak for everyone, but my general sense is that's what we're trying to do.
I suspect
sure.
when Acreus and this guy have their one-on-one, we won't be able to avoid combat, but
Why don't we just agree that if we roll initiative, we pick up there?
that sounds good.
No.
Mhm.
It'll be a little awkward for Poggles, but
No, Poggles was here the whole time.
Insert Poggles on.
Poggles has been in a fucking boat, dude.
No, he was with us the entire time.
I mean, it's
Oh,
easy,
okay.
it's easy enough to have Poggles be like, I overheard them say that their lord was in town, and so I followed. Right, like
Let's go.
he has huge perception, and if he's
Poggles just
eavesdropping,
walks
it's
in as
reason.
the fight starts from another door because he was just confused and was
I've been looking for you guys.
It's the
Okay.
turtle that's in the wall and it just claws its way out because it's digging. Okay, so inside it kind of keeps going for like another 15 minutes. And then Xantos kind of like looks around and says, "Well, everyone, that's everything then. You're all the new proud owners of Underworld Contraband," and they all kind of like let out a chuckle. And he says, "And I'm the proud owner of all the money you came with. So everyone, see yourselves out. You know the drill. Your men can come by later, pick them up. It's all insured. Yada yada yada. The harbor master won't be checking this area. Bribes and all that. Make sure you pay your bribes, and we can keep doing this next time." And everyone kind of like raises a proverbial glass here, and they all walk out. I'm
I'm gonna stick around a bit and say, I'm very sorry. Couldn't get on any of those crate deals. Was wondering if I could maybe join you in this Acreus, was it? To just sort of see what individual things you have. I'm more of a collector than a merchant.
Why, yes, we can always entertain another in the private collection.
Thank you.
Okay, so him and his entourage kind of go like this.
Oh, then I will stay. I will stay where I was if they're going that way. I'll sort of lean against the wall here. Try to keep the door open, lean against it like I'm old and tired and looking
So
for
they come
something
in
to
here.
spend my money on.
The whisper to Valtos now. Should we try and make the pickup now? Well, they all left.
Wait until something bad happens. There's a guard in there, he said.
Look, we're just here to pick up.
Okay, so Xantos kind of like sits down. He says, "So, what? What are we looking for here?"
Well, I'm just a collector of fine goods, antiquities. I have a few younger sons who could always use some arms and armaments, but otherwise, I'm just always interested in fine craftsmanship and nice things I can land my home with.
I'm looking for something to kill people or be sneaky.
Right. Well, hold on. He kind of like motions to the guard standing left of Zelkos, and he turns, opens up this long, like a footlocker, this chest, and pulls out a couple things, and he says, well, I've got a couple of things here. These are more of the private collection that my father sends me with. For you, what was your name, old man? I don't actually think I
Oh,
caught.
my apologies, Davian Garud.
Right. For you, Davian, I'm sure something of this effect might be nice for you to hold in your house. He holds up a gold mask, very ornate. It's got a gem in the center of it, a green gem in the I guess the upper center part of it, so like around where the forehead is. It kind of flares out a bit. I'm sure this would look lovely upon anyone's wall.
Wow, yes, of course. I hope I brought enough money, and I'll go to my left side and I'll feel my coin purse. Like, yes, good. And then, oh shoot. I may have to send one of my sons later with some more funds to fetch something. How much would something like this go for?
This would be 1,500.
Certainly a fair deal. May I look at the back? The front looks gorgeous.
Yes. The guard like turns it around for you to look at.
Oh, excellent. And I'll, of course, 1,500. And I'll sort of say it like I'm making a mental note.
Mind you, this has no magical properties to it whatsoever. This is just
Well,
solid gold ornate mask.
I've no need for any sort of magic. I mean, I'm sure my sons would love some magical weapons or some magical armor, but they don't need it. I think art is a prize in of itself.
That's why I figured this would suit you fine. And he looks over to Acreus, and he says, "Okay, well, let's get Acreus something then." And the guy puts the mask down in the chest again, and pulls out a little dagger And he kind of walks over to the table and he puts it down and then he walks back in his place.
I don't really use daggers. I use things like this.
The bow.
Yeah.
And then he says, "Oh, okay." Then he motions to the guy again, and then the guy goes into the chest, pulls out a quiver full of arrows, walks over to the table, takes an arrow out of it, puts it on the table, and then walks the quiver back over to the chest. I'm accounting for the fact that you said you have, what was it, 200?
263 gold.
Right.
Sort
Both
of
of these are
chuckle.
300, so I can cut a loss for... I can cut a loss if it will establish a business relationship.
What does that do?
What does what do?
Well, sorry, you said you put an arrow on the table, right?
Yes, the arrow or the dagger? Which one?
The arrow.
Ah. Where's?
Sorry, if you don't want, we can just backtrack it if you don't have it on you, and we can just talk about the deal. If you don't actually on you.
I don't know. I've got it. This arrow here, when it strikes someone and kills them, will, well, raise them from the dead.
Raise them from the dead, like a zombie or like a skeleton?
Yep. Zombie, skeleton, they will not be themselves. They will very well be a mindless slave.
That's perfect. Let's talk about that deal of yours. What did you have in mind, Lord Xantos?
I want your money, and you can have the single arrow.
What if I want that whole quiver?
He looks over at the guy. He says, "How many arrows are in the quiver?" The guy motions back. 15. And he's like, "Okay, so let me do a bit of napkin math here. So if each of them is 300, as I'm establishing the price to be, and there's 15, I believe that comes to 4,500 for the quiver. And I'll throw the quiver in too. The quiver's got to be at least. It's a nice quiver. Look at that. It's the finest black leather, straight from the underworld, straight from one of the Cerberus down there. I'm sure that's got to be at least 100 gold right there. So that's a 4,600 gold value.
That's a little too rich for my blood. What does that dagger do?
Oh, this dagger? This dagger is well, it's a he holds it up. It's a ritual dagger. This one's just ornamented with jewels, so it doesn't do anything special really. It's just very nice.
And how much for it?
Well, this is also 300.
Oh, a fine deal.
The reason why this is 300 and not more is, well, kind of like goes to bend it a bit, and he's like, it's not really the best quality, but I mean, I guess the nice thing about it is you can bend it a little bit and it cracks a bit, and you can see there's like a little pocket in like the hilt. He's like, you can kind of like store stuff in here, and then he kind of like bends it back.
And these are all from the underworld?
Well, yeah, not everything from the underworld is particularly like special. It's what people take with them, and then whatever gets made there.
Yeah.
Well, if I send someone, one of my sons back later to come pick up the mask, is there anything I need to say at the front door? Just "Hi, here to pick up for Davian," or is there a password or?
Well, you can leave your name with the front guardsman, as well as what you're picking up and how much money he should be expecting to receive. One of my guards will be here as well to ensure the process is done to completion and make sure that the money is properly provided. And then from there, it will see its way back to me in Donos. I will be leaving here. He kind of looks outside to see where the sun's at. Very soon. I don't generally stay in one place for too long. So I will be heading out very, very soon. But you can be assured that if you wish to make a purchase of that mask, it will be here, and I will be expecting the 1500 as we agreed upon.
Of course. Well, I'll be going then. I don't want to have to send my sons out late into the evening, so I like to have them home for supper. I'm a retired professional chef, so I like to try to have meals with the family where we can. But it was a pleasure meeting you, and maybe I'll see you next time you're in town.
Sure, please, by all means, make sure you please try and bring your money next time.
Of course.
Just like to do the business up front, and you can come pick it up later. Everything's, trust me, you can ask the others. Everything's guaranteed.
No, you see, I heard them speak. I'm a friend. Of course, I trust you. Just old man can get a little forgetful, so I appreciate your patience with me. You have an
Right,
excellent
yes.
evening and safe travels.
Yes, take care.
I'm
Kinda like
gonna go.
It's over at Acreus. So, what'll it be?
I
Hitting
didn't realize.
or the arrow?
I didn't realize everything was so expensive. I don't. I feel like I kind of wasted your time. I was trying to get into the underworld contraband business, but I didn't realize everything was going to be so expensive. So I don't think I can afford anything.
Oh, well, this is awkward then.
This is very awkward.
Well,
Yeah.
he kind of like motions to the guard, comes over, he picks up the arrow and the dagger, he puts it away in the chest, and he says, I think it's... Well, Acreus, this has been a treat. This has been a good meeting. I'm sure next time I'm in town, I extend an invitation for you to come back with more money. But until then, I think our relationship must come to a halt, and we can pick this up next time I'm in town, yes?
Yes, but if I come into money, do you just travel around the continent? Like, do you have a hometown? Like, what if I want to come buy something from you?
Well, I mean, I think my name should say it all. I'm Lord Xantos' son. I'm the current lord, I guess, technically, although my father still presides as the patriarch. I do most of our business, and yes, my family is from Odonos, and kind of like motions onto the guards, as you can tell by the company I keep.
Does your
Sure.
dad know about all this? I wouldn't want to tell. I don't want to spill the beans.
Oh, it's the family business. Yes.
Oh, so he knows all this goes on. Okay, that's good.
It's been going on for many years.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry I wasted your time, Lord Xantos. If I'm ever in Odunis, I will, with money, I will come your way and buy some stuff.
Sounds good to me.
And I'll start leaving.
And I've just finished leaving my information and stuff. And then as soon as I shut the door, I'm gonna meet up with the other two and say quickly, all you gotta do is go in there and say that you're picking up merchandise for Mr. Gelt. He's expecting about, and then I insert the number of crates that I think I heard Mr. Gelt buy. Good luck.
How does this help us?
Free stuff. Lots of expensive free stuff.
Should we know if it's paid already? If it's not paid, this isn't worth it.
It is paid for.
Also, do you remember our reason for coming here?
Yeah, I learned a whole lot about this guy and what he looks like, what he sounds like, what he talks like, and also that he's leaving very soon. So we either need to get in there and start a dangerous conflict, or we can get him on the way out, but he is leaving.
I also learned stuff.
Oh,
It's
hey.
the family business. This is all from the underworld from some Cerberus, and his dad is in on this entire thing.
Maybe we can cause a diversion and pick him up on his way back to the boat? I don't know if we want to... How many guards?
I'm also tempted to just leave with the information we have.
No, Valtos or I, though.
True. I mean, if we pick him up and interrogate him, what questions would we even ask him?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Because he seems to just
Any
be
ideas, Valtos?
the business person, not the leader.
Right, his dad knows everything that goes on, so we should go talk to his boss, his dad.
Maybe we can leverage this as an in. So,
But either way, if we just want some free goods,
we should take the goods.
it's
Yep.
It provides a link anyway. We should take the goods.
We need a cart, some horses,
I mean,
which we don't have.
we can at least say we're here to get one crate for now. How heavy could those crates look, Frank?
They looked pretty. They varied in size.
Like the ones that Gelt bought. I mean, I'm not the smartest person, but the ones I like spotted, do they look like we could just carry out 2 of them, or it's going to be more like a nah, you're going to need a cart?
Each.
How much?
Maybe a little more. 50, maybe a little more.
Oh, these are tiny crates.
Not that big, but
Well, if you guys can figure out how to get us a carriage, I think this is worth doing.
You can carry them, he said.
How much?
I think he said you can carry
No,
them.
yeah. I'm asking Zelkos the number because we have to ask for the number when we go in.
We could just say we're here to pick up 2 for now, and we'll be back in shortly to pick up the remainder. Get what we can, or 3, and I turn into a skinny-looking sailor with a tattoo on his anchor tattoo on his shoulder.
Yeah, let's give it a go.
First,
and
looking around to make sure that no one is seeing me transform.
We should also take care of the crate with our friend in it.
Oh, I was gonna ask what happened to Mr. Gelt, but
He looks okay.
okay. Well, all right, and I'm gonna knock twice on the door.
I'll move in front of you because I have the brooch. So,
the guy. You
3 knocks.
Hey, we're here to pick up some merchandise for Mr. Gelt. Got I think he said about 5 crates, but we're gonna pick up the first 3 for now, and we'll come back later for some more.
That might want to see this, and I'm gonna show him the brooch.
You don't need to see the. All right, fine. Show him the brooch.
And the boss said.
Alright, give me a second. Closes the door. He opens the door again, and this guard is standing there too. And he says, and he kind of like holds up a piece of paper and he says, alright, let's see. Gelt, he's got, you purchased 7 crates. He left before providing money for 5 of them. And he paid for 2 up front. You have the payment for the remainder.
Oh, that's why he said pick up the 2 now and get the rest later. I thought he said 3 now. So yeah, we'll pick up the 2, and we'll come back with the money. How much was it again? Because I don't think he wrote it down.
I like size, like wouldn't be the first time.
Sorry about that.
Rest
Yeah,
of them,
boss never sends us with money.
the rest of them are going to come to 15.
15. All right. All right. Well, we'll take the 2 out now. We'll come back with the with the gold as soon as we can. Mr. Gelt sends his apologies, of course.
I'm sure he does. Here, let me go get them. The door closes again. It reopens again. He's holding the 2 crates. He passes them off. He says, just one question. What was the, any idea why, Mrs. Gelt wasn't joining us tonight?
I think the boss said something about bringing some different friends in for the day or something. I don't know. It's a real shame though. I know Miss Gelt. She came home and was kind of upset that she didn't get to hang out with their favorite lord.
Yeah, give me that.
Deception. So I have advantage for pretending to be someone else. So that's gonna be 27 total.
That one.
None the one would believe you. So, it's kind of like, all right, well, sounds good. Question.
Mm-hmm.
What happens when charm person wears off?
They know that happened.
Remember where you were?
Yeah, I mean, all you would, so, I mean, you can scroll up, it says it right there. So the charm creature guards your friendly acquaintance. When the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you. You being that old man who cast a spell on them.
That's all I need to know. Okay.
I mean, he might not even technically suspect him beyond that, right? Because he could have just walked past an alley and got mugged.
Oh no, I'm thinking something else.
Okay.
You might be thinking of friends, which makes them hostile to you.
No, I'm thinking of something else.
Okay.
Not Gelt.
Yeah, because his wife definitely is like, oh shit, we got magicked, and then she might be like, I'm gonna stay home and hide, or she might be booking it here.
Like, it was like, oh no, and understands what's going on. So, that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah.
All right. So he passes the crates off to you, and then he says, come back with the money, and then he closes the door, and you hear it lock.
All right, we gotta hustle, because whenever Mr. Gelt and his, I think it was wife, find, well, they know that old man used magic on them.
Up to Ugo. We're agreed. We're not gonna try and intercept this man. I don't think it's worth it.
I don't think so either. We know he's going on the boat. We know he's leaving. If we want to intercept him on the high seas, that's one thing. But I mean, this is going to be his weakest guard. He's only got 5 in there as far as we know. But I don't know if I like those odds.
Like you said, I don't know if there's an upside. Like,
yeah.
We found out a lot of information.
He seemed
And now we have the end.
He was extremely powerful.
Acrius, if you want to clear that corner, you might be able to use your magic to detect what he's got. Last I checked, he was sitting in a chair right on the edge of that wall. But otherwise, we should get going fast.
So what did Acrius say about powerful?
He's extremely powerful. I don't think we want to fuck with him.
Yeah, I mean, he was selling magical arrows that were...
I was up close with him, and he's an extremely powerful, scary-looking man. Do you want to go meet him?
Yeah, but how do you know that he's extremely powerful? Did he demonstrate any of these powers to you?
No, but he's very charismatic and well-armed and just sold expensive magical arrows as those, no big deal.
Risen don't look like a joke either. I'm with it. I'm with...
I mean, if you want to see if he's got any magic on his person, again, you might be able to check it through the wall.
I just was wondering why you thought he was powerful, so I'm good with leaving.
All right.
Whoa, Valtos, go ahead. Go in. Go tell me if he's powerful or not.
How does me knowing if he's powerful answer why you think he is?
You don't.
That doesn't answer my question. I didn't say that. I just wanted to know why you thought he was.
He's not fighting with you. He's trying to collect extra info.
That guy questions me when I'm the only one who met him up close.
You're not the only one that met him up close.
Zelkos didn't meet him.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. He was an old man. That wasn't Zelkos.
I'll chuckle.
Stick my tongue out at you and say, "Nice try."
Yeah, he knows what he knows what he's talking about. Truth's the truth. There's a guy named Davian Garud though. He knows him. I'm a friend of his. All right, let's get out of here.
Looking at all of you and wondering where I went wrong. Children, please.
All right, we beat
All right,
feet out of
yep.
there.
Give me your crates, Alphonse. Let's go.
We're gonna call it there because that's a good break. Just got the crates. You did the thing.
We're going to
And-
Ugo.
Going to Ugo. Were you going to detect magic at all there, El?
I've been detect magic in the entire time.
Oh, well, you're like synapse overload.
What do these items look like?
They literally every school of magic is pinging within 30 feet of this building.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, the two of you. By the way, Garud. I'll sort of look at Zelkos a little sarcastically. Garud.
Oh
you
no,
might
I
be-
don't. Garud's an old man. You're talking. I mean, I didn't really think through this character too well, but I'm just some sailor.
Stow it. Garud, if we're going to Odunos, you're gonna be our in. I don't think unless Acreus has a really good relationship with him. It might be good for us to be able to get back in contact with them. We've come into some money lately, which if we need to,
You don't
for the
say that.
cause.
Also,
Money.
that identity's burned, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, you think this guy's leaving?
Yeah, but the wife is going to come around looking for her husband and is going to talk to this
And
guy
yeah, true.
potentially. Like, he can't.
I mean, there's
I
this.
don't know.
There's this guy named Lord Patrozantos who's a very, very, very interesting mannerisms, gestures, way of speaking, very charismatic. I would love to know what it's like to be him for a day.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're leaving. Let's
Well,
go.
maybe not in his hometown. Yeah. So we're
Here's
gonna-
a challenge. You know what? We'll do it when we get back on the boat. And then later that night, I'm gonna go into have me and Canthos go into the cabin, and us both come out and have people try to guess who's the real Canthos.
This fucking game again.
I think I would win. If it's my deception with advantage versus your persuasion, you're fucked.
Oh, 100%.
That's fucking amazing. Alright. Well, that's it for tonight.
This was good. This is great too because we can write Poggles back in with no problems.
Perfect.
We're gonna just find him waiting at the post.
Also, this is like the most loot we've gotten from just a single attack in a long time.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird if and when this fucks things, but we'll see.
I mean, Kanathos is currently holding the money, and literally only Valatos and Kanathos know how much it was. Player, this is gonna be used for the cause before personal power. I think it's just too big of an amount.
Also, you just make things harder and murderous instead. Or attempt to, at least.
I mean,
Yeah.
I just spent over.
I don't know if you were here for that. It's very hard balancing this because if I go slightly too far over, you guys die, and if I go too far under, it's literally nothing, right?
For sure, but I'm 100% okay with dying, honestly. Like, if we get sent to the underworld, that's interesting. And I also, like I said, my character's gonna be pretty tight-fisted with this money because, even canonically, it makes sense because I don't really want for money ever, so I don't get greed. Kind of, it's more like, okay, well, we need this for the job.
All right, so we're done. I'm gonna post this right here. 6:30 p.m.
Yep.
November
Bye, Twitch.
by Twitch.